Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time once again. It's that magical time of year where I turn on the lights so you can see my scary reflective face. And we say, good afternoon. It is Thursday, the 26th of December, 2024. I'm David Reimer, Baldy in Chief here at the Texas Storm Chasers. Hope y'all had a good Christmas. And I'm sorry we're having to meet like this the day after Christmas, but you know what? I want to emphasize for those of you in the DFW Metroplex, it's about over. The rain's about to be gone. No tornadoes in the Metroplex. We're not pulling December 26, 2015 again. So take stock in that because, well, we're not going to have another rowlette. Which is good. We don't need that. But it is going to be a potentially active day. This is the radar over the last couple of hours. And we've had a couple of storms produce hail. We had this storm near Corsicana up to north of Corsicana, Navarro County in North Texas. That storm produced quarter-size hail a bit earlier. We have had no tornadoes. We've had no crazy winds. We've had some flooding in the Metroplex, but that does seem to be a thing we do on December 26th more regularly than tornadoes. And at this point, we are in the wait-and-see mode. So, with that in mind, we're going to be here a good chunk of the afternoon. I'm just getting things set up here. We are live on the YouTube, the website, the mobile app, and that's it for now. The plan of attack in terms of severe weather coverage is we'll go on all the other platforms with occasional updates as needed this afternoon, but when we get tornado warnings, we'll go live on everything. I have the magical button of life that lets me do that. So we're going to get things set up here, and we'll talk about what our expectations are for the afternoon as we get going. Again, we have no warnings in effect right now, severe tornado. We've got flash flood warnings for the DFW Metroplex because, like Houston in the summer, the Metroplex tends to flood in the winter, it seems. That's just a thing we do. It is what it is. But the plan here is going to get some things set up. And we're going to be good to go. All right, let's see. Do I have a button on here that lets me show severe weather watches automatically? Probably not. That would have been too intelligent of me to set up ahead of time. But we'll go ahead and just press some manual buttons here. Clear everything off the map. I'll turn the upper third on that lets y'all see that, well, we do have some severe weather watches to discuss. Make sure the microphone's working. It looks like it could be a little closer to my mouth. There we go. Maybe that'll help a little bit with the volume. Bump that up a little bit. And what we're looking at, these are going to be your severe weather watches. Yellow, that's your tornado watch, your spinny doom, as we like to put it at times. This is going to be for Southeast Texas, a good chunk of the Brazos Valley, East Texas, the piney woods of East Texas, Toledo Bend Reservoir, which we'll probably be talking more about later today. Sorry. The Golden Triangle. This includes Houston, Beaumont, Conroe, Huntsville, Bryan, Brenham, College Station, Nacogdoches, Jasper, Lufkin, Carthage, Dibble, Liberty, Crockett, Mahia, and Fairfield. That is the Tornado Watch. And again, that is through 7 p.m. this afternoon / evening. If it was summer, it'd be afternoon, but it's winter, so I guess sunset's at what, 4:30? Meh. This blue box of doom, not so much doom, but alas, we'll give it a cute idiom, is a severe thunderstorm watch. That goes until 7 p.m. as well this evening for a little bit of eastern North Texas, the Arklatex. This includes places like Corsicana, Terrell, Canton, Tyler, Longview, Marshall, Gilmer, Mount Vernon, Mount Pleasant, Atlanta, Texas, Texarkana, New Boston, DeKalb, And that is where we could have some storms later this afternoon, early this evening, producing some hail and strong winds. The tornado threat is not zero up there, but it is very low. And one reason we are confident of that, at least at the moment, is I'm going to clear off everything there. I'm going to switch you over to something called surface dew points. This is the surface dew point value across the state. Now, this is just a different way to measure moisture. This is indicative of where we have low-level destabilization and thus maybe some risk for tornadoes. Generally speaking, we want to see a dew point over 60 degrees, ideally over 63 to 64 for, a tornado risk this afternoon. Notice right now dew points in the mid-60s up into East Texas, 63 in Dibble, 63 in Crockett. We've got about 64 Bryan College Station, but check out that soupy air around Houston. 72 in Katy, 72 down at Hobby Airport, 70 in Galveston. That's a very unstable low-level air mass, and that's going to continue being advected inland this afternoon. So, as that occurs, we expect low-level destabilization across eastern portions of Texas over the next several hours. Now, complicating factors with that may mitigate or negate some of that threat. Well, as we switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode with the cute little satellite, you see all this rain? That is going to help things for now, at least not destabilize as much. Now, we have what are called kinematics. We have a lot of kinematics in place. Strong upper level storm system, a lot of wind shear. So that is going to offset the lack of low-level instability somewhat. So we are still expecting the possibility of a few tornadoes this afternoon. The highest tornado threat is expected to be in southeast Texas and into the Piney Woods. And with that in mind, I'll just go ahead and show you the severe weather outlook for today, tonight, but mostly today. Sorry, I haven't pressed these buttons in a couple months. I have to learn how to press all these without looking like a butthead. All right, we're going to press this a couple times. It'll eventually load. This is the severe weather outlook for this afternoon, generally through 8 p.m. this evening. Don't get all hung up on where the lines are drawn. Mama Nature don't give two bippity-boppity boos about that, but the potential will exist for isolated to scattered severe storms this afternoon into early this evening across maybe parts of central Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Northeast Texas, the coastal plains, Victoria Crossroads, Southeast Texas, including the Houston Metro, the Golden Triangle around Beaumont, the Piney Woods of East Texas, around the Toledo Bend Reservoir, up, the eastern third of Texas. Large hail, maybe up to the size of golf balls, maybe a bit bigger if we get some rambunctious supercells. Localized damaging wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and yes, some threat of tornadoes. Luckily, we have the ability to show you the tornado risk. This is the latest tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. With their last update at 10:30, they did increase probabilities into the medium range across portions of southeast Texas into the Golden Triangle and the Piney Woods of East Texas. Overall, most of our risk zone today is under a very low to low probability of tornadoes. That means we're not looking at spaghetti-o moments in terms of dozens of tornadoes, unless something really bad happens. But the threat of a few tornadoes certainly exists. Dog, hi, can I help you? It'll be okay. I'm kind of busy right now. We do note, though, the threat increases to medium. Houston Metro, Conroe, up through parts of East Texas, the Golden Triangle. That is also where conditions with that increased low-level destabilization, along with increased moisture, could promote the possibility of a stronger tornado, an EF2+. Now, don't get all hung up on that hyperbole, whatever. A tornado's a tornado. If we have one tornado today and you see the equivalent of a bird fart, guess what? If it comes down your street, it's still going to be a big deal because it'll be enough to damage your house, your property, etc. So a tornado warning is a tornado warning. We're going to treat them all with respect today. But there is the potential, if everything does come together, that we could be dealing with some rather rambunctious tornadoes this afternoon at times. So we'll keep that in mind. Most storms will be moving east-northeast. And again, I know 9 years ago today, we had a horrible tornado outbreak in North Texas, Northeast Texas. This isn't going to be a North Texas, Northeast Texas event. This is going to be an East Texas, Southeast Texas threat this afternoon. And it's not a guarantee. Again, if, as I switch back over to the radar here, we take a look at all this, I mean, for now, we're okay. But as these storms west of Houston, notice that uptick in intensity, almost a cellular look to some of these. As these continue to organize, we could see them go into low-level rotation, the potential for tornado genesis, some spinny, doom issues, in addition to hail and wind. You can see these storms in eastern North Texas are also showing some increase in intensity. Low-level destabilization, not nearly as impressive up to I-20, so we're not too worried right now about tornado issues, but we could start seeing some more hail, some more wind, heavy rain, lightning. And all this is going to keep moving off to the east-northeast at about, oh, actually, you know what? It'd probably help if I knew how fast they were moving today. I'm going to say 30 to 40 miles an hour, but I'm going to actually go look and be sure. Yeah, about 40 miles an hour. Some might be moving 45. So we're not doing the 15 mile an hour we had Christmas Eve. That was quite anomalous. That was weird for a winter event. In the winter, we typically have much lower instability values, much stronger wind shear, which, well, wind shear also helps move the storm. So they're going to be cooking and booking and going up the highway without having to stop in construction zones and all that hoopla. But we didn't have that the other day, which was weird for the winter months. So, as I do some more housekeeping, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to load up the high-res rapid refresh model. And that's going to allow us to see what we think will happen timing-wise today into this evening. I'm so used to saying today and tonight for my morning videos, but the fact is this is going to be done by 8 o'clock in Texas. This is not going to be one of these long duration events that sticks around and has multiple rounds throughout the day. In fact, as I show you this is 7 p.m. Most of the activity is already moving out of Texas, with the exception of the Gulf Coast. Dogs, I hear you crashing into things. If you're breaking stuff, the spray bottle's coming out. I'm babysitting 3 dogs. So let's go ahead and take a look at what the HER model has right now. This is at 1 o'clock. You can see it is being a little over ambitious with the amount of activity ongoing in East Texas. Yeah, we've got showers and some storms, but again, not as rambunctious as it's showing here. Nevertheless, I'll show you what the model does from 1 p.m. through, let's just say, 10 p.m. We'll let that animation load. And here you go. You can see showers and storms. Some of these, especially East Texas, Southeast Texas, could be severe with a risk of hail, wind, maybe a few tornadoes. But notice outside of Houston, which I guess does get multiple rounds of storms. Sorry, Houston, it is still 2024. So if today's your third day of ouchies, my apologies. We're done by probably 8 p.m. So this will not be an event where we're going into the night. We're going to be done by 8 o'clock. I might get to be in bed with my teddy bear by 10 p.m. Who knows? But until then, we're going to have to be on guard. And we're going to switch back over to the real-time radar. And again, we have no warnings, severe tornado. We have flash flood warnings. And the general expectation of the day is we're going to have to watch these storms moving into Southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, and then eventually East Texas, Eastern North Texas, along with the Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods of East Texas, for indications of intensification. Storms across the northern half of the state, hail, wind, very low to low tornado threat. Storms across the southern half of the state, eastern third of Texas, tornado risk, damaging winds, and hail. All right, so the plan of attack is this stream is going to stay on all day. We're not turning this stream off, but while we don't have any significant spooky weather ongoing, what we're going to do is we're going to take little breaks, let y'all listen to some music, and we're going to be back here in 15 minutes at 1 p.m. for your next severe weather update. We'll actually go live on all the social media platforms for that, do a quick update on those, and then we're going to stay live on the YouTube website and mobile app. But hey, you know what? If you haven't already, you want your local weather forecast, you want to track these storms or track weather going on up in, say, Alaska, Pacific Northwest, the Mid-Atlantic, hey, you can do that with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just download or just search for the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, and there you go. It's in your app store. It's been a few months. I'll get the hang of it and get back into a more verbose way of talking. I'll drink some more caffeine, and we'll be back here in 15 minutes with a better rehearsed update. But again, we're going to be here through the day. Stream's not going anywhere. But for now, since we have no tornado warnings or severe warnings, we'll take about a 14, 13-minute break and let y'all listen to some music. I'll continue doing some analysis, and we'll be back here with your next severe weather update at 1 p.m. And ladies and gentlemen, I know we've still got about another 7 minutes and I'm talking over music, but we are starting to see some increasing rotation with a thunderstorm west of Sealy in southeast Texas. No tornado warnings at this point, but the potential may develop that we do have a warning issued for the Sealy area in the next 20 minutes if that storm were to persist. We'll be back at 1 p.m. with your next severe weather update sooner if necessary. Gentlemen, here we are. It's another day. It's the 26th of December. Hey, hey, hey. Give me just a second, those of you watching on YouTube. We're going to be doing things kind of like TV stations used to do years ago. We're going to be staying live on this channel and our website and app, but we're going to be doing cut-ins on our other social media platforms. So I have to press some buttons real quick. We're going to cut into all those, and I'm going to talk like the stream just started and then go through a whole weather briefing. And then we're going to stay live here on the YouTube, and we're going to talk about increasing storm intensities, especially right now in southeast Texas. I'm getting a little concerned about a storm near Sealy. And for what it's worth, if we get tornado warnings, we stay live on everything, and that's, yeah. So 1 second, we're going to press some buttons. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For those of you joining us on the other social media networks, hey, good afternoon. I am Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. I'll give you one guess as to why I'm called Baldy, but it's not that difficult of a guess. It is Thursday, the 26th of December, 2024. It's 1 p.m. We've been live on our website mobile app now for about 30 minutes, but I want to come on in, give y'all on the other social media platforms a update on the current situation and our expectations over the next several hours. DFW, you've had a rough morning with heavy rain and flash flooding. Storms are just about to move out, though, and severe storms are not likely today in the DFW Metroplex. The same cannot be said across portions of Northeast Texas, East Texas, Southeast Texas, and the Golden Triangle. We'll talk about the outlooks and all that in a minute, but we are seeing an uptick in thunderstorm intensity now. At this point, nothing severe, but some of these storms are likely producing at least dime-size hail, maybe some 30 to 50 mile-an-hour wind gusts. Heavy rain, lightning, could have some flooding. These storms approaching Houston from the west are starting to show increasing supercellular characteristics, and a storm near Sealy is showing modest amounts of low-level rotation. So, no warnings right now. Severe tornado probably is not going to be true by 2 p.m., the way it looks. Let's go ahead and talk about the current watches. Now, to do this, I have to press a few buttons here, but hey, you know what? That's okay. I can be distracted and talk about other things like hoping y'all had a Merry Christmas. I did. Then I flew across the country, and now we're here. These are the severe weather watches in effect currently for the state of Texas. We have two beautiful shades. One is yellow, one is purple, blue, whatever you want to call it. I guess there's an episode from a comedy series somewhere, The Office, I think. This blue box of doom is a severe thunderstorm watch for eastern North Texas, the Arklatex Northeast Texas, north of a line from Corsicana to Tyler, Longview, Marshall, up to Terrell, Mount Vernon, Mount Pleasant, Gumby, DeKalb, Texarkana. That is where storms moving in from the west may have some hail, some strong winds, heavy rain, lightning, a very low tornado threat. Not zero, but very low. Farther to the south, the ominous yellow shading of doom, not orange. I know some would prefer it to be orange, but sorry, you don't get what you want every day. This is a tornado watch until 7 p.m. Central Time tonight. This includes a majority of East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the Eastern Brazos Valley, the Piney Woods of East Texas, the Toledo Bend Reservoir. This does include the Houston Metro, Beaumont, Jasper, Huntsville, College Station, Bryan, Cameron, Mahia, Fairfield, Palestine, Carthage, Nacogdoches, Dibble, Lufkin, Livingston, Beaumont, and this runs through 7 p.m. All right, so with that being said, let's switch over to the high-res rapid refresh model, give you all a sense of timing for today, storms, and then we'll take a little closer look at the storms we have right now and see if we can pick out any areas of interest. So we're going to press some magical buttons because it's what I do, because buttons are fun. Hoo. The caffeine's kicking in. Uh-oh. I'm making rhymes. Okay, I'm done. All right, so it's worth noting, this is what the HER model has at 2 p.m. It's being over-ambitious with the number of storms here, I think. You could see it's got all of East Texas looking like a Jolly Green Lantern sort of thing if you had a little too much eggnog, I guess. But in terms of what we expect, here we go. I'll let the animation play. This whole area of storms is going to be moving east pretty quickly today. Individual storms moving northeast about 40 miles an hour. The line itself, probably 30 to 40 miles an hour. Most of the state is going to be done with storms by 8 p.m., at least the severe weather threat. The exception, the immediate upper Texas Gulf Coast, storms may stick around until maybe 9 o'clock, and we may have some wraparound storms develop in northeast Texas. Those could have some hail this evening through about 10 p.m. Tornado risk today, now through about 7 to 8 p.m. Once these storms move east of your location, the main line developing kind of pretty much from just east of Dallas to Fairfield to College Station to Sealy to Edna, once that makes it east of your location, severe weather threat's pretty much done for today, but we could have storms develop ahead of the line. All right, let's take a look at the tornado outlook. This is the latest tornado outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. The potential generally very low to low for tornadoes today across East Texas, Northeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, into Southeast Texas. However, the Storm Prediction Center has upgraded portions of Southeast Texas, including the Houston Metro, into the Piney Woods of East Texas and the Golden Triangle to a medium threat of tornadoes. And this could include a strong tornado. This includes the Houston Metro, Conroe, Dibble, Jasper, Buna, Beaumont. That's where we may have a slightly enhanced corridor of tornado potential develop over the next several hours through about dinner time. Now, tornado's a tornado. If we have one tornado today or 10 tornadoes today, frankly, it doesn't matter that much, because if the one tornado we have today comes down your street, it's going to be a big deal for you, which is why we're here talking about it. So we'll have to pay attention to warnings closely today and encourage you to pay attention as well. Make sure you're maintaining your situational awareness, since we do have storms developing and intensifying. You can see some of these storms showing some supercellular characteristics out by their lonesome here in Southeast Texas. Now, what we're going to do is let's take a dive into some of these specific storms. And during the break, we were taking a look at the storm near Sealy. This storm is showing some indications of rotation very near Sealy. Now, this is not a storm with a tornado warning, and the rotation was a bit stronger earlier, but it does appear this storm near Sealy may become one of the storms we have to monitor for increasing low-level rotation over the next hour as it moves off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. That speed may increase to 30 to 35. So I'm going to turn on storm cell tracking mode, and we're just going to let it take us all the way up into northwestern Harris County over the next hour. I'm going to make sure we have as many communities on here as we can. So again, this is going to be moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Patterson, about 130. This is going to be making it up towards Highway 290 and 99 at about 2 p.m. And if it continues, it's going to be approaching Tomball at probably about 2:15 to 2:20 p.m. And again, based on the rate of intensification, pretty good lightning output, this storm may go into low-level rotation and require severe weather warnings. We're looking at another storm beginning to show supercellular characteristics now near Prairie View, Pine Island, west of Waller, southwest of Todd Mission. This storm, also moving northeast, could pose a threat to communities like Willis to Conroe in the next hour. Again, no tornado warnings right now, but we are seeing increasing indications of some rotation now. This is the which way the wind's essentially blowing mode off the radar. We got winds moving towards the radar down in South Houston about 20, moving away about 20. So about a 40 mile an hour area of rotation. Not strong, but indicative that we do have an intensifying thunderstorm. So at some point, we are probably going to be doing some severe weather coverage, tornado coverage with warnings. We're going to need to watch all these storms west of I-45 in Southeast Texas as they continue to move northeast and organize. As it does appear, the potential for a few tornadoes may increase by the 2 p.m. hour. And that is problematic because, well, I-45 isn't exactly well, low population, I guess is a way to put it, because my brain isn't working right. And otherwise, these storms out here in the Golden Triangle, at this point, these seem to be behaving. We're not seeing any indications of strong low-level rotation with these right now. They have some hail. And then up here in East Texas, you can see it's raining, it's storming. Nothing's going on out here right now. Maybe some small hail, some lightning, heavy rain, street flooding. There you go. And then up here in the Metroplex, you can see it's storming, it's pouring. But guess what? That's about over. Severe weather threat for DFW. Don't worry about it. So that is your update as of 1:10 p.m. The plan of attack here is for those of you watching on everything except our website, mobile app, and YouTube channel. We are going to turn the stream off for now, because that's just the way those social media networks work. If you want to keep watching our live coverage for now as we keep an eye on these developing storms, head over to our website, TexasStormChasers.com. Download our free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. It's free. You can get your local weather forecast and interactive weather radar across the United States and watch our live coverage without leaving the app. And, of course, we're streaming on our YouTube channel. We've got live storm chasing video as well. I guess I can show you that. Again, we got meteorologist Jason Cooley out there. We've got Stephen Jones. We have multiple chasers out and about today who will help supplement our live coverage by bringing you visuals, so you don't have to just look at a bucket of spilled paint all day, and you can hopefully understand what we have going on. So if you're watching on anything but our mobile app, website, or YouTube, we're going to go ahead and let you go for now. We're going to be still doing live coverage. And if we have any tornado warnings, we will return to all platforms, and we'll be on all platforms for tornado warning coverage. But if you want to watch our pre-tornado coverage, head on over to our YouTube, website, and mobile app. We've got interactive weather radar, live storm chasing video, and more. So with that, we'll bid you adieu. Those watching on our YouTube channel, website, and app, stand by. Alrighty, tidy, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. So that was our little update. And we're going to stay here for a while. I do think we are probably about to get busier. Thank you, Jason. These storms at southeast Texas, especially west of 45, are showing increasing organization. That storm near Sealy, that storm near Hempstead, weak rotation. The question here is, and it's always a question with these events, one, will they actually go into low-level rotation and become tornadic? And two, if that's going to happen, when? Usually, it's like flipping a switch where we just go suddenly from hunky-dory, everything's okay, to holy guacamole, SpaghettiOs all over the place, and Baldy and Chief throwing out all sorts of interesting idioms that have no place on the internet. But, well, Baldy and Chief idioms are renowned. Let's drink some more caffeine. Welcome to the pregame. See, we used to not stream the pregame part of this where I caffeine and get woken up and, you know, get the blood flowing in my brain. But, hey, enough people wanted it, so here you go. If you watch the Christmas Eve coverage, you probably, if you haven't seen it, you should go watch the last 20 minutes or so. I pretty much did coverage in a Christmas rhythm / poem sort of thing, a lullaby. I don't have that kind of brain power right now, mind you, but we'll see. And yeah, what I'm looking at, here, I'm just going to go ahead and let me knock this loop down to an hour. These storms are definitely intensifying. We're seeing an increasing amount of lightning output. We're seeing storm structure improve in the hard training mode. Notice that these beans are looking more like beans versus, you know, just a solid line of storms. We have individual cores, kind of little areas of rain-free zones. Boy, rain-free zones. Let me actually collect my thoughts for a second and try to be somewhat articulate. Essentially, the storms are beginning to dominate their local environment. They're forming their own individual characteristics, and as that continues in an environment with strong low-level wind shear, we may have problems. So that is why we're going to keep watching these with interest. So the plan of attack is, since we don't have warnings yet, we're going to do what we did a bit earlier. We're going to take about a 15-minute break from me constantly talking. I'm going to continue stuffing cookies in my mouth, Christmas cookies. And I do believe we have a new flash flood warning about to be issued. No, that's not it. Never mind. I thought the computer was about to make a bunch of scary noises. But, again, we're here. We're not going anywhere. I'm just continuing to look over things. And we'll be back here at... Actually, no, let's stand by. Storm Prediction Center has just issued a Mesoscale Discussion, so we'll go ahead and take a look at that and read it. I'll download the image and show y'all that. Now, this isn't going to be a particularly pretty image. It's just going to be me essentially throwing it on the screen without any willy-nilly design elements. Some might say it's the lazy way. I'm just going the baldy way. If this was May, I'd have a nice screen designed for it by now. But guess what? It's December, the day after Christmas. I still thought I'd be sitting on a couch on the Jersey Shore eating Christmas cookies instead of flying back and doing coverage. So here is that Mesoscale Discussion. I'll explain what that is. A Mesoscale Discussion from the Storm Prediction Center is essentially a short-term meteorological discussion that highlights what we expect over the next few hours, severe weather-wise, convectively. So I'm going to go ahead and read this almost verbatim. I am going to translate it in real time because there's meteorological mumbo-jumbo, but it's just us here. I mean, only probably 5 people watching, so that's okay. I'll read it verbatim. The severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 7/15 continues. Summary. The severe threat continues across much of southeast Texas as storms intensify across the region. Yeah, that's probably the most definitive summary I've seen from them in a while. Discussion. Now, this is where I'm going to translate in real time. Storm intensification across southeast Texas has been gradual over the past several hours, with most storms struggling to maintain intensity, possibly owing to numerous destructive storm interactions colliding outflows. That's just another way of saying we have a lot of storms. They're not laying the... And with all those storms, we're not able to see individual storms intensify and kind of dominate the environment. Despite this, the overall trend has been towards more intense updrafts, as evidenced by cooler cloud top temperatures and GOES infrared imagery with stronger pulses. Colder cloud tops simply means taller thunderstorms, more organized thunderstorms. Additionally, the Houston weather radar velocity data has shown a few weak but persistent low to mid-level mesocyclones, area of rotation, with some of the stronger storms. Environmentally, temperatures continue to warm into the upper 60s to mid-70s ahead of a broken line of storms along the Texas coast, and observations have sampled intensifying winds in the lowest levels over the past 2 hours, with 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity between 150 to 200 meters squared second squared. Just a fancy way of saying low-level wind shears intensifying. Further east into far southeast Texas in the Golden Triangle, cooler temperatures are yielding less buoyancy lift compared to areas farther southwest along the coast, but southeasterly winds are supporting effective storm relative helicity on the order of blah, blah, blah. Strong wind shear. Latest high-res guidance suggests that the environment will continue to become more favorable for well-organized thunderstorms as the surface low deepens to the north. And given the aforementioned convective trends, further intensification appears probable through late afternoon. In the short term, the greatest severe weather and tornado risk will likely be associated with the stronger cells within the line approaching the Houston area from the west, along with storms in far southeast Texas, where low-level mesocyclones with persistent supercells have been noted. So that's just a fancy way of saying trends are for storms in the Houston area to become problematic and for storms in perhaps the Golden Triangle, far southeast Texas, to become problematic if the environment out there towards and north of Beaumont up towards Livingston and Jasper can destabilize. And it probably will over the next few hours. So again, here's the radar over the last hour. You can see what they're talking about. Band of storms number, I'll just say 1 for my own intent of purposes. And then storms 2, both moving northeast, both slowly intensifying. And the question is, if and when will we flip, I guess that's the word I was trying to say, flip the switch from, behaving little thunderstorms to SpaghettiOs supercells trying to drop tornadoes and spinny things. When? We'll see. But overall trends over the last 30 minutes are suggesting increasing organization with these storms approaching Houston to Huntsville to Bay City, and we're going to have to watch them closely. All right. No tornado warnings, no severe weather warnings right now. We're going to take a 9-minute break. You'll get to listen to some fancy music. We'll be back here at 1:30 p.m. Central Time, sooner if necessary, with your next severe weather update.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for DeSoto County in Louisiana, Nacogdoches, Panola, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the 9 minutes without having to listen to my voice. It is time for another Baldy update. Now, the real question is, are we getting weather warnings playing over the speakers? I didn't hear one. They should be playing audible weather warnings if things are working like they should be, but I never know. All right, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in East Texas. This is going to be a storm for hail. So let's go ahead and we'll take a gander at the how hard it's raining mode. And you can see, yeah, we got some hail with this, all right. We'll go ahead and turn off some things here. We'll press some buttons. Do a storm track. You can see this storm moving up towards center. Tenahall, Logansport, north side of the Toledo Bend Reservoir. Told you we'd be talking about that today. Tipson. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter to half-dollar size hail. That's 1 inch to 1.25 inches in diameter. And yeah, I can see what they're looking at here. There is actually a mid-level mesocyclone with this. That might be able to mix down some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We're looking at the how hard the winds are blowing mode right now. And yeah, the radar is showing some winds over 65 miles an hour aloft. But the question here is, are those winds making it down to the surface? Let's see what the dew point is up here. I'm not sure if we're in an environment with a particularly high amount of low-level instability. In fact, let me just do this. Let's press some buttons here. There might be a little bit of low-level instability. That could allow for the transport of some of the stronger wind gusts down to the surface. But we'll see. Yeah, low 60 dews. All right, I just memory crashed the radar program. That's a good old memory. The program I'm running is meant to display a lot of good weather information, but I also have it loaded up with extras like place files with all the roads, most of them at least, for all 254 counties in the state of Texas. As you might expect, using at least a 32-bit program, it kind of crashes sometimes. So that's why we have to take a moment occasionally and reset it. We are still monitoring a storm, by the way, in eastern Waller County and southeastern Texas, moving towards northwestern Harris County, towards Waller, Hockley, Stagecoach, Tomball, Magnolia. Storm southwest of there near Sunnyside, north of Brookshire, showing some rotation. No warnings at this point, but we're watching it. I've got dogs whining in the background, but the ability of noise-canceling microphone effects probably negates that issue for y'all, if only I had that ability. All right, so again, this storm near... well, southwest of center, moving off to the northeast pretty quickly near Martinsville. It's going to be riding up Highway 7 towards center, probably more towards Tenaha, and then it'll eventually cross over Highway 96, 59, and 87 before moving towards Logansport. And eventually, it's probably going to pass well east of Carthage and then eventually kind of just be on a beeline towards the city of Shreveport. So ouchies for them. But again, this is a fast-moving sucker. This thing's moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour, so it will not stick around long. But there's more storms and rain. So again, this is kind of what we expected here up in northeast Texas, at least right now, because there's not a lot of low-level destabilization. So these storms could have hail, because there's instability aloft. They could still transport some strong winds down to the surface, but the tornado threat up here is very, very low. And again, this storm's moving quickly. This thing thinks 60 miles an hour. We'll see. But yeah, we could have quarter to $half size hail. Hail may be a wee bit larger than that. It'll be near Tenaha, about 150 to 155, passing west of Logansport on the top of the Toledo Bend Reservoir right about 2 p.m., passing east of the city of Carthage and approaching the Texas-Louisiana state line about 2:10 p.m., and moving towards Shreveport by 2:40 p.m. Oh, okay. Storm Prediction Center just issued a Day 3 enhance. Where is that for? Okay. Cool. All right, so that is the only severe warning we have in the state right now. We've got plenty of other storms. It's raining, it's pouring, but at this point, we're watching, well, these individual storms up in the Golden Triangle, Piney Woods of East Texas. They're behaving for now. Woodville to north of Lumberton, they're behaving for now. These storms approaching I-45 west of Houston are on the verge of not behaving, I think. We're going to switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. I'm watching this storm near Magnolia. It's not a particularly confluent look. It's more of a wind look right now near Todd Mission. Could have some 40-mile-an-hour winds, small hail. This storm north of Brookshire, moving towards northwestern Harris County, that is showing indications of rotation. It's not particularly strong at this point, but it's worth noting. It's been doing that now for a while. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on this. And this is one of these storms that we're going to have to watch carefully because at some point it may just flip the switch and be like, hi, I want to be a spinny, spinny, doom, doom, cause all the alarms to go off and make people go take shelter. We're not at that point right now, but we're watching it because, well, that's what we do. It's called situational awareness. So again, this storm moving northeast. Tomball about 215 to 220. Pinehurst about 215 to 220. Oak Ridge North about 230. I'd be approaching Woodlock and Conroe about 235 to 240 p.m. So again, this is not a severe storm. It's not a spinny, spinny, doom, doom storm. It's not a tornado. It's just a storm that is showing some rotation, probably some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. And we're watching it closely for any indications of intensification. Back southwest, down into the eastern coastal plains, you can see storms, some of them strong. They're also moving to the northeast, but at this point, they are disorganized. Watching this storm near Todd Mission as well. It's had a look at times, but right now, it just looks like a ordinary thunderstorm with some heavy rain, small hail, and gusty winds. No indications of low-level rotation with these storms in the Golden Triangle or Far East Texas at this point. We'll keep an eye on it. And then we've got hail. Oreo! Chill. Sorry, one of the dogs is looking out the screen door whining. And then this storm near center, quickly moving north-northeast towards Tenaha. It'll be there by 150 to 155. It could have quarter to, honestly, maybe even golf ball size hail. And it's going to stay east of Carthage, west of Logansport, and then eventually be an issue for Greenwood, Louisiana, just east of the state line on Interstate 20, and probably Shreveport as well. All right, so let's take a look at the statewide view, see how we're doing across the state today. I'll turn the radar on because it does help to actually have radar, even though we like our satellite. I mean, it's so cute and cuddly, but alas, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. You can see western half of the state. It's not a bad day. Yeah, we've still got some clouds sticking around northwest Texas, the Panhandle, dreary, but I mean, you know, the borderland, El Paso, nice day. Same for the Big Bend, the Edwards Plateau, the Hill Country. Clearing out now in central Texas as that big old dry slot kicks on in. Big Country still socked in clouds. Lubbock, you've cleared out. Amarillo looks like you've cleared out. Eastern half of the state, still socked in with clouds, but those will clear on out tonight as this upper-level storm system goes bye-bye, gives Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas some business, and we get the dry slot. But we've still got several hours to go yet with the possibility of some rambunctious thunderstorm activity across the eastern third of Texas, where we have severe thunderstorm and tornado watches in effect through 7 p.m. So, that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. All right, so we're going to change our upper third. And we're going to press some buttons. And we're going to press some more buttons because who doesn't like pressing buttons? We're going to load the reflectivity mode. We're going to load the cloud cover mode. We're going to press some more buttons so you can see what time I'm talking about here. And we're going to load the model for 2 p.m. Why? Because I want to see how it's performing. It's not doing too bad. It is overdoing the amount of storms we have in southeast Texas, which theoretically could result in it underdoing instability values. So we're going to have to watch that carefully in case there's a little more low-level instability out here. But in terms of timing, fine, whatever, it is what it is. I'll show you the model, and we'll just take it through 5 a.m. tomorrow because why not? I like pressing buttons, and buttons are fun, and I press some buttons. This will play in sequential order in just a minute. You can see storms, they're going to be out of here for most folks, they're going to be out of here by 7 to 8 p.m. DFW, you're pretty much done. Can't rule out a stray shower or storm later this afternoon or evening, though. Maybe some small hail. Same thing for northeast Texas. We could have some additional storms develop late this afternoon, early this evening. Maybe some hail. The potential for storms to continue east Texas, southeast Texas through about 7 to 8 p.m. But notice they quickly get pushed into Louisiana and Arkansas, and we're done by probably 10 p.m., if not maybe 8 or 9. So it's 1:40 now. We've got another maybe 6 to 7 hours to go, if that. And, you know, hopefully we'll just keep doing what we've been doing so far. Mostly behaved storms, rain, small hail, gusty winds, lightning, with some pockets of gustier winds and hail. But as the tornado risk for today shows, we are going to have to keep our eyes out, chill across southeast Texas, east Texas, for some spinny, doom potential. And again, we're going to watch these storms moving into Houston carefully over the next hour as they continue to show periodic signs of low-level rotation. You can see they're kind of establishing their footprint now. Notice that we've got some breaks in between these storms. So what that means is these storms are trying to establish their own individuality, which means we may end up having some semi-discrete supercells, which would significantly increase the threat of problems. So both the storm north of Magnolia, the storm northwest Acadia are showing mid-level rotation. They have not yet attained the achievement of super-duper low-level rotation, which is why we have no tornado warnings right now. But that is not a guarantee. That is not a guarantee. that we won't have issues. So, with that being said, we're going to keep an eye on things here. And we're going to have another update at 2 p.m. sooner if necessary. It may be necessary, we'll see. But until then, hey, enjoy the music. And we'll talk to you again by 2 p.m. hopefully do what's best. All right, ladies and gentlemen, apologies. The computer went through a few phases of temper tantrum mode during that break, but hopefully it'll continue to not be a pain in the behind for the next little while at least. We're going to do what we did back at 1 o'clock, where we're going to cut into all the social media feeds and do a complete weather roundup, get everyone updated, and then we're going to continue our severe weather coverage here on YouTube. So give me just a moment. We're going to press some super duper buttons, and we'll get this show on the road. All right, as our live stream pops up on all these social media platforms, let me take this opportunity to say good afternoon and thanks for joining us. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer, now 2 p.m. This, the 26th of December, 2024. We are going to give you a comprehensive update of what's going on right now, what we expect for the rest of the day, and when all this nonsense is going to be over with. Let me start by saying we have no tornado warnings at this time. We do have a thunderstorm capable of producing hail. That storm is north of center, moving towards Tenaha, Logansport, east of Carthage, and eventually DeBerry into Greenwood and Shreveport, Louisiana. That is the only severe storm we have at this moment. And here's the radar over the last 2 hours. You can see storms around Houston, which are showing some indications of increasing organization, but have still remained on the behave side for the moment. though we are starting to see some exceptions to that, which we'll talk about here shortly. Quickly, let's go over the current watches, and to do that, I'm going to press some magical buttons here because it makes me happy, and well, I wasn't intelligent enough to actually pre-program any of this beforehand. Oops. It is what it is. You just got to live with it. Here's our current watches as of 2 p.m. Blue, purple, Thenie of Doom, Northeast Texas. Arclitex, that's a severe thunderstorm watch through 7 p.m. Central Time. Could have some hail, some gusty winds, but the tornado threat is very low. The low level's generally stabilized up there. Mostly temperatures right around 60 degrees or even the upper 50s. Down into East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods of East Texas, the Toledo Bend Reservoir, we have a tornado watch until 7 p.m. This is where conditions are more unstable. Temperatures are well up into the 60s, if not low 70s. And with that, we have an increased threat of not only large hail damaging winds, but the potential for a few tornadoes. Now, we're going to switch over to the high-res rapid refresh model, the Horror. And we're going to take a look at the timing for this afternoon, this evening. I will say I think we're going to be done mostly by 7 to 8 p.m. with some fortuitous efforts on behalf of Mother Nature. So let's load the Her. I'll get all this set up for you. And I'm just going to load it from 3 p.m. through 4 a.m. because I can. You're going to see that storms are going to exit Texas pretty quickly by this evening. We should be mostly done in Northeast Texas, well, let me rephrase that. East Texas, we should be done around dinner time. Northeast Texas / Northeastern DFW, we may actually have some new storms develop in a few hours. Those could have some hail or a lot of small hail. Those will then move northeast across Northeast Texas with, again, maybe some hail, heavy rain, lightning. The severe weather threat, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the Toledo Bend Reservoir, probably done by about 8 o'clock. You can see these storms are going to move off the coast pretty quickly and into Louisiana. So we've got a few hours of this, and if we can just keep doing what we're doing now, which is, storms strong, maybe some hail, but nothing's really trying to drop tornadoes at this point, you know what? We'll be okay. Now, let's talk about what we are going to see tornado risk-wise. Here's the tornado outlook for the rest of this afternoon. You can see the latest update has removed those probabilities for Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, a majority of the Brazos Valley, essentially behind this line of storms. Tornado risk continues. Maybe a few tornadoes. East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods of East Texas, up into maybe Texarkana. I mean, we'll see if it's that far north or not. And again, the threat for a few tornadoes, damaging winds, and maybe some hail. Here's the severe weather outlook. You can see scattered severe storms possible, a slightly small corridor where we could have a higher severe weather threat or more severe storms. Houston Metro to Beaumont, up essentially to Lufkin, Jasper, Livingston, and to Louisiana. So with that, we're in the nowcast phase where we're babysitting these storms and making sure they don't do anything rambunctious. But at this point, we have no tornado warnings. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings. That expired too, I guess. So let's take a look at these storms. Now, here's a change we've seen since the update at 1. The storms just west and northwest of Houston have become a little more cellular. Notice we're not a solid line, but we got some breaks. That has allowed some of these storms to show increasing amounts of organization and mid-level rotation. This is the which way the wind's moving mode. You can see the green and reds. That's areas of mid-level rotation. Now, we have not had any significant low-level rotation at this point, but we're watching things carefully. Those storms moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Now, back down here into areas southwest of Houston, these storms are going to make it up into Houston later. They're going to ride 59 up. We are seeing increasing indications of mid-level rotation around El Campo. Some of these smaller storms, mini supercells, are showing stronger rotation. So we're going to have to watch these storms down here. Temperatures are in the mid-70s. Dew points are in the 70s. There's a lot of low-level instability, and that may be the extra oomph some of these storms need compared to, say, further north. So, for example, we're watching this storm near El Campo. A decent amount of mid-level rotation. Winds moving towards the radar in Dickinson or Leak City. at about 30 miles an hour, moving away at probably about 30. So that's about a 60 mile an hour area of rotation. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. We're going to have to watch all these little storms carefully. We'll switch over to the Lake Charles radar. And you can see these storms. Yeah, there's some rotation. It's not as unstable out here in Beaumont. Temperatures are still cooler. Well, I say they were cooler. Looks like Nederland and Port Arthur is up to 73 degrees. A dew point is 67. So a more unstable air mass is moving into the Golden Triangle around Beaumont. But for now, it just seems like we're not unstable enough yet to support a severe weather threat out there. That may change by the time these storms further west make it into the Golden Triangle and East Texas. So again, no tornado warnings right now. We can't guarantee it's going to stay that way. And for all intent and purposes, we continue to be in a nowcasting mode. We're babysitting storms, babysitting rain, but at this point, we're doing good. Tornado watch remains in effect through 7 p.m. for Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, East Texas, and we're definitely going to have to watch these storms from Huntsville down to Bay City as they move northeast over the next few hours. And we're also going to have to monitor any storms developing ahead of this. So, these storms around Jasper to Kirbyville, they're behaving for now, but we need to keep an eye on that area over the next few hours as the low levels destabilize, and we might have a few tornado issues. I hope not. So far, we've been doing well. But DFW, you're done. You are probably going to have a few more storms later with maybe some hail. But the tornado threat's over for DFW. Severe weather threat for Central Texas, the Hill Country, it's done. It's sunny out now. The dry slot's kicking on in faster than my hairline receded. So it's done for y'all. Y'all are going to have a great day. Brazos Valley, same for y'all. Y'all are going to be sunny here by probably 4 p.m. So plan of attack here is we continue our live stream on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, our website, and mobile app. If we have tornado warnings, we'll come back live on all the other platforms. But hey, if you want to watch our live coverage continually, join us, TexasStormChasers.com. Download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, where you download apps for your device, or find us on YouTube at Texas Weather Center. We'll continue live coverage there now. Rest of y'all, if we aren't doing live coverage by 3 continuously everywhere, we'll be back with another update. Otherwise, for those on YouTube, website, and mobile app, stand by just a moment. All right, we'll go ahead and continue now. And again, we're really on the cusp with these storms in the Houston area. Like I've said many times, days like this, you just have to wait and see, because these really are trying to organize here. You can see how they become more cellular, supercellular, but something's still missing. And the question is, will that change? I hope not. I hope we don't have tornado issues. But the fact of the matter is, ingredients in place do support a tornado threat, and sometimes the switch just flips, and we go from this to problems faster, than my hairline receding. I've used that joke, but we're doing okay for now. So we're going to continue monitoring things, and we'll plan on having another update here. We'll come back in 10 minutes. How about that? We'll let you listen to music for 10 minutes, and we'll come back. But before I do that, I want to answer a question one of y'all had earlier. Why do when tornado warnings expire or whatever, why are they replaced with severe thunderstorm warnings? Well, usually in that case, it's because the storm is still capable of producing large hail and or damaging wind gusts versus, tornadoes. So that is why you may see a tornado warning replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. The storm is still producing hazards, but they aren't tornadic. I mean, straight line wind versus tornado, both are going to do damage depending on the velocity of the wind, because they're both wind. So that is why that happens from time to time. And with that, we'll be back in 9 minutes, sooner if necessary. Enjoy the music.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Warden County in Texas.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So begins the day, and we now have our first tornado warnings. So let's begin. I'm going to have to press some buttons here real quick, but good to know the audible warnings are working now. So give me just a second. We got to turn on the coverage on the other channels. We'll do that in just a second. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for a storm near El Campo. This is southwest of Houston, one of these mini supercells. So let's talk about who's in and who's not. This is going to be a tornado warning southwest of the Houston Metro. This is for Warden County in southeast Texas. This will include the city of El Campo, Wharton, Lane City, Pierce, Lago, Glen Flora, Hungerford. This includes Highway 60, Highway 59. So if y'all are in that area, be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet if you got it. Now I got to go turn all this stuff on the other channels real quick. And that is done. So, all right, 2:17 p.m. The 26th of December, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have our first tornado warning of the day, and this is going to be for Central Warden County. This is in southeast Texas, southwest of the Houston Metro. This does include the cities of El Campo, Wharton, Pierce, Lane City, Glen Flora, Hungerford. And this is for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado just northeast of El Campo over the northeast sides of the city. And this is going to be moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. You can see as we take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode, we actually have two circulations with this thunderstorm. Circulation number 1 is very near the city of El Campo. Circulation number 2 is going to be south of Wharton, near Lane City. Both of these are capable of producing tornadoes, in my opinion. And looking at the how hard it's raining mode, you can see that cell near Lane City, or the eastern cell, actually has a pretty good hook echo swirling around. So that's an indication of a strong rear flank downdraft. Like I said, these things can just flip a switch and go from nothing to something in a pretty big darn hurry. So that is what has happened here, and why we are having to deal with this. So again, this is a tornado warning for Warden County, including the city of Wharton, El Campo, Lane City, Lago, Hungerford, Highway 59 between El Campo and Hungerford, Highway 60 from Lane City north of Magnet up to Wharton. Could have two tornadoes right now. One very near the city of El Campo. 2 near Lane City south of Wharton. Both storms moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. You can see an even stronger circulation now with the thing near El Campo. We're not in range of the TDWR yet, but we'll switch back over and do this. Here we go. Sorry. Hi, camera. Focus, focus. Thank you very kindly. And here we go. So again, this is the only storms with tornado warnings right now, or the only tornado warning, even though it's technically 2 storms we're concerned about. And I'm going to make sure I'm not missing anything here, since sometimes when these things go, they tend to all go at once. We have no other circulations right now outside of the immediate area here, so we can focus on this storm. This is going to be a circulation moving northeast about 25 miles an hour. For what it's worth, if these continue, they could eventually move northeast and be a threat to Fort Bend and eventually Harris County, but we're still a ways off from that. So again, 2 storms here capable of producing a tornado. One very near Lane City. I'm trying to get my telestrator to turn, or get my roads on here. Here, go sit up there. Thank you. So again, You know, I really shouldn't have put that right there. There we go. Sorry, I have this little tripod in front of my monitor makes it kind of hard to see the monitor sometimes. It's good for y'all seeing my face and center frame of view, but it's not so good when I'm trying to actually telestrate. So again, circulation, east circulation near Pumping Station Road and Highway 60, Worthing Road, Lane City. Second circulation is near FM 960 and Highway 59. Northeast of El Campo, southwest of Warden. Circulation, western circulation is probably going to be making a beeline towards Warden. Second circulation near Lane City, the potential for it to be near Lago or Algo, whatever it wants to be. So circulation 1 is going to be near Pierce, northeast of El Campo. El Campo, you're clear for now if you're in town or west of 71. Pierce to Warden, you're under the threat from circulation 1. Circulation 2 near Lane City is going to stay south of Warden, moving towards Lago. If it continues, it eventually could be an issue for Highway 36, Needville, Guy, and Damon, while this first western circulation is going to be an issue for Warren in the next 15 minutes. So, what does that mean for y'all? It means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in a sturdy site-built structure. We don't want you to be out traveling. We don't want you to try to go outside and look for this thing because it's probably wrapped in heavy rain. So, with that being said, y'all need to be in a safe place. So, if y'all are in Warren, Pierce, Lane City, Hungerford, Lago, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in Wharton County in southeast Texas. Now, let's take a look at Houston. Houston, you got some storms coming in from the west. Right now, the good news is they're behaving themselves. And hopefully, it'll continue to stay that way. But as these storms continue to move northeast, we are going to have to monitor them for the potential of low-level rotation and some spinny doom problems. In fact, I'll just turn on some buttons here, and I'll loop the radar over just the last hour. Now, when I do this, hopefully I don't blow up the program. I kind of blew up the program. Give it a second, the lines will come back. But again, here's the radar over the last hour. You can see storms generally moving northeast. You can see our first tornado warning of the day near El Campo, up Highway 59 to Warden, Hungerford. And Lane City. The GIS will be back in a second. Sorry, I pressed a button. We are also monitoring a slightly intensifying mid-level circulation east of Tomball, very near Hooks Memorial Airport. That's going to be moving towards Spring, Oak Ridge North, Shenandoah, Porter Heights. For now, it's on the weak side, but we're just monitoring it just in case. Otherwise, here's a look at the radar across southeast Texas. You can see we really don't have any other warnings ongoing right now. Is it going to stay that way? I don't know. Just like my voice breaking a minute ago, things can change quickly. I can start talking in a high-pitched voice if you want. But I won't because that's just abhorrent. So again, we're watching a storm east of Tomball, moving towards Shenandoah, Oak Ridge North, and Spring. That has some rotation, but it is not tornado warned at this time. We do have a tornado warning for Warden County for 2 storms. One now about 4 miles northeast of Lane City, moving towards Largo. That'll stay east of the city of Warden. It's a good 5 miles east of Warden right now. Second circulation is very near Pierce, or if you're familiar with the Warden Regional Airport, it is about 2 miles west of there, moving northeast towards the city of Warden. So, Warden, we need you to be in a safe place as this circulation with a possible tornado rides up Highway 59. Well, that is trying to do something. Sorry. I'm back in my 10 monitor environment, by the way. That's why I'm looking around. I'm getting a little more concerned about that storm northeast of Tomball, west of Shenandoah. At least we're getting a pretty good surge of wind right now northeast of Tomball, making it down to the surface. We could have winds about 50 to 55 miles an hour. So again, let's talk about what we've got. We've got a tornado warning. This is going to be for central portions of Warden County. At 2:17 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located, let's just say now it's about 5 miles northeast of El Campo, 5 miles southwest of Warden, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Second circulation is located near Lane City, moving towards Lago. Which way the wind's blowing? You can see circulation's a wee bit weaker than it was a few minutes ago out here. And then we still have this circulation out here. Both moving northeast, 25 miles an hour. Both could put a tornado down. We've not had any confirmed reports at this time of a tornado, but that doesn't mean we don't have one. Looking at the debris tracker, we'd be looking for a little blue donut or circle surrounded by a sea of red, because this is a product called correlation coefficient. It essentially uses super duper fancy tools to analyze the data, and if something is not correlating, over a small area, raindrops are the same size, hailstones generally the same size, a high correlation coefficient, red. If we have debris flying around, it could be trees, shingles, houses, whatever you want it to be, that typically has a much lower correlation coefficient. Different shapes and sizes in a small area, that is a lower correlation coefficient. You'd get the blue area. That would be a confirmed tornado lofting debris, because tornadoes are updraft, so things go up and then eventually come back down. But we're worried about the up part right now. So we don't have a tornado debris signature. That's always a good omen. We're back to the 1970s. Don't you like it when I break the radar? I do. There we go. So those of you in the city of Warren need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in a sturdy site-built structure. We don't want folks to be in a mobile home or out and about traveling, simply because we don't want you to get hurt. Now we're going to press some buttons, and here you go, at least give a better idea. This should be in the city of Warren by about 2:35 to 2:40. So about 10 minutes. And again, the circulation is not as strong as it was, which is good. But it could re-intensify. We'll take a look now. We'll go up north sides of Houston. This is the storm I was talking about near Tomball. You can see we've got a bit of a convergent signature here. East of Tomball, approaching Interstate 45 from Woodlock to Oak Ridge North to Spring. Now, at this point, this is a straight line wind signature. Notice how we're oriented essentially north-south. That is a signature of straight line wind. I'll give you a little back-end look at this. If this thing becomes kind of oriented like this, where, we had green versus red more horizontally, that is an indication of a circulation developing. So we're going to have to see if that vertical axis, which looks like that right now, say in 10 minutes, looks more like this, a horizontal line. That would indicate an intensifying circulation. But for now, the storm is spinning aloft, but there's no tornado warnings up here. We got some strong winds. We got heavy rain. We got enough lightning to light up a cemetery, and we have heavy rainfall. The storm is definitely spinning quite a bit aloft, but at this point, it has not translated that down to the surface. In fact, I can switch over to the intercontinental wind shear radar and give you a very high-res look. Notice how we're looking like 100 feet off the ground. We got winds about 30, 40 miles an hour, east side to Tomball, approaching 45, Oak Ridge North, Shenandoah, Spring. Generally speaking, moving towards Intercontinental Airport. Or no, Intercontinental's farther south. it's generally moving towards Splendora, Cleveland. So again, no tornado here right now. Again, we're looking 200 feet above the ground, if that, with that radar. Now, using the same logic, let's see if we're close enough to the hobby radar to get a view. We're not. We are for this circulation southwest of Needville. Now, it doesn't look too potent right now, but we're going to have to see if the Weather Service in Houston elects to extend the tornado warning northeast into Fort Bend County. We'll see. The circulations both look weaker now than they did when they issued the warning several minutes ago, which is good, but we're going to have to see if they re-intensify. All right, we do have a confirmed tornado near El Campo. Just retweeted it if you're on X. We did have a tornado south of El Campo about 10 minutes ago. So these storms back 10 minutes ago did have a tornado southwest of El Campo. In fact, unfortunately, based on the data, So again, we did have a confirmed tornado with this storm 10 minutes ago near El Campo. Hopefully it was northeast of town. We haven't heard of any damage, but there's, visual evidence that we did have a tornado. So we now know that tornado warning's canceled. That's nice. Now, Jason is on the New Waverly storm. That's good to know. Steven is down there as well. It was a pretty good-sized tornado by the looks of it near El Campo earlier. But again, the tornado warning, I think, has been canceled. It's off my screen. Let me double-check that. I may be wrong. And if I am wrong, I'm going to be a very angry Baldy. Stand by. Yeah, tornado warning's canceled. So the Weather Service in Houston just canceled the tornado warning. So we're doing better in that department. Now I'm going to go see if we have any pictures on our page of the tornado. Okay, so tornado warning's gone, but the first storm of the day, it can tell you what things are going to do. We now know at least southwest of Houston, these storms are able to briefly spin up and produce a tornado. So we're going to have to watch all this moving into Houston. We have no tornado warnings at this point. We're going to keep all the live streams going for now, though. I mean, they're on, so I might as well keep them going on Facebook, all that. Jason is near New Waverly, so he is north of Houston on this storm, I believe. Let me double check here. Okay, no, he is east of New Waverly, I suspect. So he's a little farther up here on this storm, southwest of Livingston. Storm southwest of Livingston, east of New Waverly, is showing some indications of rotation. And it actually just got stronger. Boy, when the cuckoo clock scares me. I've had too much caffeine. But again, now we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm east of New Waverly approaching Livingston. It's another one of these supercells out by its lonesome. And we are seeing increasing rotation now. We got winds moving towards the radar at about 25. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 25. So about 50 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear now, with increasing indications of rotation. So if that continues, the Weather Service in Houston may elect to issue a tornado warning. We'll see. We're watching it. Again, these storms can flip a switch sometimes, and we go from hunky-dory to everything trying to produce tornadoes at once. If you've watched us for a while, or I guess this year, you've watched a couple of days this year, you've seen that happen. We go from hunky-dory to really freaking quick. So we'll watch this storm east of New Waverly. That's moving towards Livingston at about 40 miles an hour. It'll be near Livingston at about 3 to 3:05 p.m. Seven Oaks about 3:20 if it continues. Cold Spring, Goodrich. Keep an eye on it just in case it turns more to the east. We're also seeing a bit of at least mid-level rotation with this thunderstorm near Spring to Oak Ridge North to Woodlock. No tornado warning, no severe thunderstorm warnings, just us casually chatting about what's going on right now. But if that intensifies, the Weather Service may have to eventually issue a warning. But at this point, we don't see any indications of tornado genesis occurring in the low levels. Let me show you a look from the radar literally right up the street from this storm. It's the wind shear radar for Intercontinental. You can see we got 40-mile-an-hour winds right here at Woodlands Parkway and Interstate 45. No indications of a tornado. Heavy rain, wind, yes. Tornado, no. I've decided I need to have more monitors after this. I have a project for next week. That's unfortunate. All right, so back to the Houston radar. Again, no tornado warnings. We do have an intensifying circulation now. That's going to be down in... What county is this? This is down in Brazoria County, western Brazoria County, south of Pledger. That's about 5 miles south of Pledger, moving northeast. That's going to be a circulation moving towards Damon and Highway 36. It's weak right now, but given what the other storms down here did moments ago, we'll keep a very close eye on it. All right, let me see if I can't get... Okay. So again, statewide view. Here we go. As I look over some data. So again, we have no tornado warnings. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't even think we have flash flood warnings. I shouldn't say we don't even have flash flood warnings. Flash flooding is a serious threat, one that's often underestimated and importantized? I don't know. Word of the day is importantized, apparently. Do that so y'all don't have to deal with that annoying noise. All right. Apologies. So what I'm going to try to do real quick is, I guess, tell y'all what's going on. I-35, San Antonio, Austin, Waco, most of DFW, you're done. Sun's out. Waco, Austin, San Antonio, guess what? Sun's out. Happy days, right? You're done. Bryan College Station, the sun's coming out. The sun will be out here in the next hour by 4 p.m. probably, just in time for sunset an hour later. We've got showers and storms in northeast Texas. Honestly, I just don't think there's enough instability in northeast Texas. Clearly, it's just raining. There's no severe weather issues, and you know what? Hopefully it'll stay that way. Can't rule out some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, but I think our most substantial severe weather threat for the rest of the day is going to be here in southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle into the piney woods of East Texas, where we have the most unstable air mass, more moisture, surface moisture at least, and thus a stronger amount of instability. So that's what we're going to be watching for. But again, you know what? If we can just get by without having any more tornadoes, any more severe weather, that'd be great. I mean, I'd be perfectly content with that. So with that being said, we're going to follow our policy now. Actually, you know what? We'll just stay here. I'll talk to y'all while I do this. If the program crashes, we'll be right back because I'm going to do a wee bit of stream layout editing here. And I'm using a rather temperamental streaming program still. Won't be using it next year, but I've been back home for literally 14 hours after being gone for 2.5 months. So I haven't exactly had a chance to build it and test it yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to press some buttons. We're going to press. I'm going to work on this. While we get some stuff done. The good news is the severe weather threat and, frankly, most of the storm threat for Texas will be done by 8 p.m. You can see these storms are moving pretty quickly from west to east. Now, we may see some new thunderstorm development occur this afternoon into early this evening across North Texas and Texoma. But that would mainly be a slightly hail threat, some lightning, some heavy rain. The threat for significant severe weather, big hail, big wind tornadoes will be over by probably 8 p.m. as storms quickly move into Louisiana, Arkansas, and also off the southeast Texas Gulf Coast. Which would be nice. And yes, I realize I'm kind of not talking, but again, I'm also kind of trying to get this streaming layout fixed, so please pardon the lack of me talking for just a minute. All right, good enough. We'll just go with that. Press some more buttons. And again, we have no tornadoes, no ongoing tornado warnings, no severe storm warnings. We've got some rowdy storms in southeast Texas. We've got rain and lightning in East Texas, Northeast Texas. A tornado watch continues through 7 p.m. for really the piney woods of East Texas, but Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle as well. So while we're here and talking to you in lieu of our 3 p.m. update, let's just press some buttons. And we'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for this afternoon into early this evening and let y'all see the expectation for thunderstorms as we continue. Now, I'm going to put on some cloud cover back here too because it looks cute and cuddly. I'll run this from 3 p.m. through midnight. And again, this is not going to be perfect in relation to what's going on right now, but it will at least allow you to see we expect storms to exit Texas to the east by probably 8 p.m. It may be even sooner than that for most folks, with the exception of the Golden Triangle, far southeast Texas. Honestly, we may be done by 6 to 7 p.m. Seeing a bit of increasing rotation now near Porter Heights, east of I-45 in portions of, what is that? Northern Harris, far southeastern Montgomery County. That storm's moving towards Cleveland. We'll keep an eye on that. Still not particularly strong, but it is shooting out a lot of lightning. That being said, storm-wise later, we're going to be done mostly by 6 to 7 p.m. Storms may continue through about 8 p.m. in portions of far southeast Texas, the upper Texas Gulf Coast, the Golden Triangle, and we may see some additional spotty showers and storms develop in North Texas that would then move east from Texoma and North Texas into Northeast Texas from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Some of those storms could produce a lot of small hail, maybe some nickel-sized hail, heavy rain, lightning. But again, this is not expected to be a long-form, long-duration day with, stuff going on well into the night in Texas. Thankfully. All right, so let's take a look at what we have now. Again, statewide view. You can see the western half of the state. It's a pretty nice day. Here, I'll turn temperatures on. And you can see it's warm. I mean, it's in the 50s and 60s and 70s, the western half of the state. It's the day after Christmas. It's not 10 degrees with a blizzard like December 27th, 2015. I bet most of you remember the tornado outbreak from December 26, 2015, but do you remember we also had a blizzard in western portions of the state? Not today. Dry slot kicking into the hill country, central Texas, clearing out those clouds, moving the storms east of those regions, and that'll continue moving east through this afternoon. So again, the rest of this afternoon into dinner time, we're going to be watching far southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, still the Houston Metro, Jasper, Dibble, Beaumont for indications of some stronger storms. Can't rule out a few tornadoes. And we're going to switch back to the real-time radar. I'm watching this storm west of Porter Heights. You can see we do have some increasing rotation now. Hi, Ashley. Stop slacking. Get back to work. And this is going to be a thunderstorm with some rotation east of 45. We got winds moving away from the radar at about 20 to 25. We got winds moving towards the radar at about 35 to 40. So I'm becoming a little more concerned. We have a concise area of rotation trying to develop, but still not enough for a tornado warning. You can see, looking at the how hard it's raining mode, we're dealing with a very messy convective evolution here. So it's not a classic supercell with, well-defined hook on reflectivity, but it is a storm showing at least modest amounts of rotation. So we're going to watch it carefully. And again, that's right there, just north of 99, near Porter Heights, about to cross over 1314, moving towards essentially New Caney, Patton Village, Splendora, essentially where Highway 59 and 242 intersect. We'll keep an eye on that. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. Make sure we're not missing anything else here. You can see we don't really have any other strong pockets of rotation showing up right now. That's good. Keeping an eye on this storm north of Warren. This is the one that produced a tornado near El Campo at about 2:15 to 2:20 this afternoon. And those are all moving northeast. In fact, here, I'll just turn off the high-res radar. I'll turn on this radar. It's the same radar. It's just slightly lower resolution. It allows me to loop the data without crashing this specific program. It's a 32-bit program, and those of you outside of nerdisms and technology, it just means it has a hard memory limit, and I usually hit it if I loop the super high-res radar. Again, here's radar over, I'll do the last hour, and you can see that brief tornado warning in Warren County earlier. That expired, and now we have no warnings, but we're carefully monitoring things. So weak rotation north of Warren, that remains weak. No tornado warning for that right now. Seeing a bit of rotation still near Porter Heights, and a second area of weak rotation near Corville, south of Tomball, with another storm moving northeast. So, at this point, the good news is we do not have any tornado warnings. We'll take a look at these storms near Jasper, though, make sure they're not spinning up. They've been in a more stabilized environment most of the day, thankfully. The storm north of Newton looks pretty elevated to me, maybe some hail. About to move into Burkeville, then over Burr Ferry, the lower end of the Toledo Bend Reservoir. And that'll move into Louisiana shortly. That could have a bit of hail with it. But again, no tornado warnings. And hopefully it'll stay that way. But we're going to be here just in case. We're going to keep the streams on Facebook, X, TikTok, all that going for a while through 3 p.m. We'll do our typical 3 p.m. update. And then the plan will be we'll continue our live coverage on the YouHoot, the YouTube channel, our website, and our mobile app. Why do we not have any sort of storm cell modes? There we go. But again, storm southwest of Warden, moving up 59 towards Rosenberg, Missouri City, Houston. And then these storms along, well, about to be on Highway 59 / Interstate 69 from Humble Intercontinental Airport up to Roman Forest, Kingwood, Splendora, up to Cleveland with some strong wind gusts, at times areas of rotation, but just a lot of heavy rain overall. It seems like we're missing something clearly up here, because otherwise we'd be doing tornadic activity. Maybe it's because these storms are so combobulated, so many storms in a small area, keeping any individual storms from intensifying, unlike the storm near El Campo earlier, which was a little baby supercell, and it ended up producing a tornado. So it should be the only tornado we've had so far today. Maybe a second tornado near Lane City, southeast of Warden, at about 2:20 as well. Otherwise, we have no tornado warnings. We have plenty of rain and storms, though. We have meteorologist Jason Cooley and storm chaser Stephen Jones. They are down here on these storms on the north side of Houston. My God, have mercy on their soul in that traffic. But again, at this point, we're just watching. A lot of these storms southwest of Houston still have modest areas of rotation. I mean, I'll highlight some of them. You've got that right there. You've got that right there. But luckily, they're not strong right now. We're going to keep an eye on them, though, just in case. I mean, this thing, technically, near Sugarland, has a very weak area of rotation, which, let me be clear, weak rotation, all these things are going to be rotating aloft today. There is no doubt about that, just because we have so much wind shear in place. These things are spinning like a top aloft. They can spin all they want aloft as long as they don't translate that spin down to the surface in the form of spinny, spinny, doom, doom, a tornado. So, again, Houston, it is about to rain. It's about to storm. Hopefully, we don't have anything else to deal with besides that. But if we do, we're going to be here for you. We're not going anywhere. So, by the way, rest of the state doing okay right now. Again, I'll zoom back out. Here you go. I'll put the radar on. I'll put the warnings on. You can see, happy Dora, happy day. It's pretty warm out. Hey, hey, hey. Temperatures, 60s, 70s. Some 50s in the panhandle, but it's not a bad day out. Rain's done in DFW. Can't rule out a couple of isolated storms this afternoon through this evening. DFW, northern DFW into northeast Texas. Otherwise, that's it for North Texas. So we go into the next several hours. East Texas, southeast Texas, northeast Texas. It's raining, it's storming, but frankly, I think the air mass up here in northeast Texas and even most of East Texas is too stabilized right now. The only robust thunderstorms we're really dealing with right now are south of a line from, Highway 63, from Burkeville back to Jasper to Woodville to Livingston. There's still storms north of that in East Texas, but it's just, most of these are just, it's raining. Some lightning mixed in, maybe some small hail. While these storms, the Houston area, down 59 towards El Campo, and then up north to Livingston, Jasper, north, or within that box, are the ones that seem to be more robust. These storms moving up into Houston from the southwest. We have a lot of mini supercells. They're all spinning, but only one, maybe two storms have managed to actually go tornadic so far. I'm becoming a little more concerned about a storm moving into southwestern Harris County. We'll go ahead and pause this, and we'll still do the Roundup and all that at 3 is planned. But this is a storm here just north of Missouri City, near Meadows. Notice it's what we call a mini supercell. It is very small, but it still has that classic little hook indication. The which way the wind's blowing mode, there is an area of rotation here. It is not strong, but it is something we're watching, just in case something tries to spin up. At this point, that is not occurring. I just want to point out that all these little storms southwest of Houston are spinning. They're rotating aloft. They're mini supercells. Mini supercell. Mini supercell. Supercell. Mini supercell. Mini supercell. These are all little mini rotating supercells. They're all spinning aloft because we have such strong wind shear in place. Now, as long as they stay spinning aloft and not the surface, hey, that's okie dokie. Hey, that's fine. But we've already had 1, if not 2 storms produce tornadoes near El Campo in the last 30 minutes. So we're going to have to watch these carefully in case they try to spin up again. And that is exactly what we are doing. We have no tornado warnings at this time. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. We have no flash flood warnings at this time. We have a Baldy in Chief alert, but there's nothing unusual with that. But we're just watching things carefully. For example, this storm southeast of Warden. Now, this is one way to just look at some mid-level rotation. Another storm near Dayton. So again, we're just chatting here. I want to emphasize, no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have anything going on right now in terms of that. We're just here because we had a tornado about at 2:20 near El Campo. That was a tornado warning that lasted maybe 15 minutes and was canceled. Now, an exception, Freeport. That might be a tornado. A waterspout that just moved on shore near Freeport. That, I would not be shocked if that actually was a legit tornado right now, moving up into Freeport. Well-defined mini supercell, well-defined area of rotation. So Freeport, wouldn't be shocked if you actually had a tornado moving up into town right now. Maybe. There's no tornado warning, but there's some pretty strong rotation. So we may have had a waterspout move on shore, and that may be still producing some sort of a circulation. So heads up Freeport, y'all might begin a little bit of an issue right now. And again, that's why I'm saying we're just watching all these little mini supercells. You know, we've got this cell northeast of Bay City moving up Highway 35 towards West Columbia. We've got this storm southeast of Warden. In the same area, we may have had a second tornado earlier east of Lane City. That's moving northeast towards Needville. We've got a storm showing very weak rotation north of Missouri City, near Meadows Place. That's moving towards Hunter Creek Village, Spring Valley, Bel Air in southwestern Harris County. Again, there's no tornado with that. There's no tornadoes probably with any of these right now. But we're just talking aloud. Though that Freeport circulation was certainly concerning. So there may have been a waterspout. That may have been a tornado for a moment or two. We'll see. Usually if something's going on, y'all are usually pretty good about taking pictures and verifying it. For those wondering, did our chasers get the El Campo tornado? No, our chasers are located up here near Spring, Humble, the north side of Houston. The El Campo tornado, well, way down here on Highway 59, so they would have had to make it through Houston traffic. So that didn't happen. So they're up here, And they're moving down into the Houston area to storm chase in Houston on a Thursday afternoon. Oh, boy. You know that feeling of dread you get if you have to drive through horrible traffic? I'm getting that feeling of dread for them, and I'm 7 hours away from Houston. But alas, it is what it is. Oh, my poor little tie looks horrible. Let's fix that. My apologies. Baldy and chiefing, that's for sure. Better than baldy and chafing, I guess, but what is this going on here? But here, let's take a look at this. This little storm near Alding. I mean, all these storms are showing rotation aloft. Let me clarify that. Aloft. These are all spinning their happy tops off here, but none of them are translating down to the surface. We're keeping a very close eye on it, though. You know, this storm west of Bel Air is rotating. This storm over Aldine is rotating aloft. Spring, southwest of Spring, all these storms are rotating. But something's missing. Exactly what? Maybe low-level instability is missing. Maybe the low-level wind shear in the lowest 500 meters up to the first kilometer in the lowest levels are missing. Wind shear or instability? I don't know. I mean, we'll look after the fact to find out. But again, this is one of these fail scenarios we talked about in this morning's weather roundup where everything has to come together just right, or, hey, you know what? We wouldn't have a bunch of tornadoes. And that's not me saying the threat of tornadoes is over. Oh, no. No, the threat ends when these get into Louisiana. Well, the threat for us ends when these are gone. Louisiana or the Gulf of Mexico. Something could easily change in the next hour, where we go from nothing to a plethora of spinny, doom. I'm still watching that storm west of Bel Air. It's rotating, and it's showing some increased rotation, but it's weak. So, it's 3:02 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. Let's take a look at the statewide view. We're going to do the hourly weather update. It is the 26th of December, 2024, and yeah, I'm still Baldy and Chief David Reimer. Let's take a look. Here, Northeast Texas, East Texas, Southeast Texas. It's raining, it's pouring, it's storming. I wish I was snoring, but I'm not. We had a tornado at about 2:20 p.m. near El Campo. That's down Highway 59, decent distance southwest of Houston. No tornado warnings since, no tornado warnings now, no warnings now, but we do have a tornado watch in effect through 7 p.m. for Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods of East Texas, essentially along and east of this line of storms. Northeast Texas, East Texas, north of a line from Centerville to Dibble, Nacogdoches, frankly, nothing's going on. It's raining. But there's just not instability up there. So the storms haven't organized. Can't completely rule out a bit of hail, but frankly, nothing's going on up there right now. Golden Triangle, Southeast Texas, we're okay right now, but we need to be vigilant just in case these do start to spin up into more tornadic activity like we had near El Campo earlier. We're okay for now, though, but we're keeping a very close eye on things, especially these cells near Interstate 10 and south in the Houston area, where the greatest combination of instability and wind shear exist. Now, let's take a look at what we expect for the remainder of today and tonight with the high-res rapid refresh model. And by the way, if you want to watch our live Storm Chaser feed, you can do so. Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. We got Storm Chaser, the audio from them on that. All right, let's clear everything off this map. We're going to go to the statewide view. We're going to press some magical buttons, and we're going to load the HER. Again, this is just, I'll load it from 4 p.m. through, I'll just do 5 a.m. for the fun of it. And give it a second. It will play in sequential order. As you can see, probably going to have fog, clouds, northwest Texas, North Texas, the big country, parts of the Panhandle, West Texas tonight. Fog. You can see storms themselves are going to be mostly out of northeast Texas and east Texas by 6 p.m. Could have a few new storms develop with a lot of small hail, maybe, across northeast Texas, eastern North Texas, northern DFW after 5 p.m., moving towards Paris through 10 p.m. Storm's moving off the upper Texas Gulf Coast by probably 8 p.m. So we're going to be mostly done by 7 to 8 p.m. East Texas, you may be done by 6. I don't like that storm near Bel Air, I'll tell you that. So that's what we're expecting with that. I'm just going to turn the live stream off for most platforms, but you know what? If I do that, that's just going to promote issues. So let's do this. This is why I said, uh-oh. And I'm going to turn off the smoothing, so it's going to look a little pixelated. This is how real radar data looks. This thing is trying to become more organized. You know, we've got some rotation here, moving towards Spring Valley. Winds moving towards the radar at like 500 feet, about 15. Winds moving away from the radar at about 40. So we've got rotation here, and it's trying to increase here over Hunters Creek Village, you know, Bingle Road, Westheimer Road, northwest of Bel Air, north of Highway 59, south of Interstate 10, west of 610, and it's moving northeast towards the intersection of Interstate 10 and 610 on the west sides of the Houston Metro, Spring Valley, Hunters Creek Village. I'm becoming a little more concerned this may try to spin up. It may not be imminent, but we probably at least got a decent rotating wall cloud now. I have a feeling that's where our storm chasers are heading. So we'll probably have a view of that sooner rather than later. Now, let's make sure we're not missing anything else. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. You can see we have a lot of storms out here. Most of them are rotating. To get a better view of what's going on, we're going to switch from the how hard it's raining mode to the which way the wind is blowing mode. And this just lets us see into the gunk, per se, especially up here on 69 around Splendora. Yes, this storm up here is still rotating a bit, but frankly, it's disorganized in regards to any rotation. So maybe some gusty winds of 45 miles an hour. Cleveland, Splendora, Woodbranch. That storm's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. From there, it's moving towards Moss Hill, Votaw, Saratoga, Liberty, and Harden counties, Village Mills. And eventually, it'll make it towards 287 and 69 north of Lumberton towards Village Mills in about an hour. Those storms, gusty winds, heavy rain, hail. Storms around Aldine, not doing much right now, moving northeast. This storm near Spring Valley, we're going to need to watch that closely as it moves over the northwest sides of Houston over the next 30 minutes up generally towards Mount Houston, Kenwood, Aldine, inside northwest sides of Houston. We're going to watch that. Back southwest, you can see we have no other indications of strong rotation with any of these other storms right now coming into the Houston area. An exception being some rotation around Warden again with a new storm. This is where we had a tornado earlier. So there's some modest rotation there. And then we also have some rotation northeast of Bay City on 35. That is going to be on FM 1728. Near Highway 35, west of West Columbia, northeast of Bay City. That's moving northeast. And then the Freeport storm doesn't look like it's doing much. We've got some other storms down here. We're not seeing super crazy rotation right now. So, with that being said, what we're going to do is we're going to keep the live stream going on YouTube, the website, and the mobile app. If you're watching us on Facebook, we're going to turn that off for now, but we'll be back there if we have any new tornado warnings. So please feel free to join us. TexasStormChasers.com, Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search Texas Storm Chasers and your favorite app store. It'll be there. And we'll keep on going on the YouTube and all that. So, and here we go. All right, just a second. All right, so let's press that. And again, I really don't like the way this storm in northwest Houston's looking. I think that's the storm our chasers are moving to intercept, so we'll get a view. But yeah, it's definitely becoming problematic. I don't like it. Let me fix some things here. This can go over here. All right, I'm going to press this. Yeah, I don't like this. Now, I know the road layers kind of make it difficult to see. Let me turn off some of these local roads real quick, just so you can see what I'm looking at. Notice the structure of this storm. It's become a more organized supercell, a little bit of a hail core. Notice this little hook. That little hook right there. The which way the wind's blowing mode. Notice we do have a velocity couplet there, or circulation. So we're real close to having an issue here. In northwest sides of Houston, east side of Spring Valley, moving up towards 610, 261, 610, and Interstate 45. North sides of Houston. We have no tornado warnings, but I want to point out this thing is close to being a problem. So that's why I'm talking about it so much. The rotation right now, about 50 to 60 miles an hour. We should have a visual soon from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Make sure we're not missing any other storms. We have no tornado warnings, no severe. Now, what is this? I see kind of how we got this hook east of Rosenberg on 69. There is weak rotation right there here in Fort Bend County. Again, these are weak. 95% of these storms today, if not more, have not had enough oomph to actually produce a tornado. Not true back near El Campo earlier at 220, but most of these have not had oomph enough. That being said, just check out the hooks on so many of these different storms this afternoon. You've got hook there, hook there, hook there. These are all rotating storms moving into the Houston metro. And we're watching them very carefully. Got this thing southwest of West Columbia still, the little baby storm. But again, no tornado warnings right now. And that storm over northwest sides of Houston, intersection of 610 and 290, along with Hempstead Highway, holding its own. I realize there are so many roads here, but it's actually a pretty well-organized supercell. Notice this is the flank of the precipitation right there. It's your warm inflow from Houston moving up into the storm. Your hook echo kind of trying to wrap around right here. But again, the rotation remains weak. It is there, mind you. This thing's real close to being a problem, but it is weak. So we're watching it. There is no tornado warnings right now. I am concerned, which is why we're talking about it so much. If we had a candidate for a storm to produce a tornado, this would probably be it in the next 10 minutes. So that is why we're spending so much time on this. And why I'm sitting here talking my happy self off. Caffeine. Christmas cookie. All right. I guess I can at least zoom out and give y'all the statewide view. And I'm just looking at some other screens, looking around. Hi, Cece. Yeah, you're a good girl. My orange tie and I. We have no tornado warnings. We have no severe storm warnings. So we're doing okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do for now. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm going to stop talking for a few minutes. And we're going to plan on being back here at 3:25. So literally an 8-minute break. You'll get music. I'm just going to stop talking for a minute, take a cough drop. And if we get a warning issued in the next 7 minutes, you bet your behind will, well, hold on. What is this? What is this? No, I might not be able to, honestly. I was going to go visit the little boy's room. Maybe I'll just take y'all with me. No, I'm kidding. Worry not. You see, I don't like this thing on 59 near New Territory and Greatwood. That's trying to wrap up now as it moves northeast towards Sugarland. So a lot of these are going into rotation. I don't like this thing near Richmond, Sugarland, moving northeast up I-69 towards Sugarland and Meadows. Little area of rotation south of Arcola. Area of rotation northwest side of Houston. Bit of rotation west of West Columbia. All these moving northeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. And again, if they just keep doing what they're doing right now, we're fine. They can spin all they want aloft, but you know, in this kind of a situation where we have a lot of wind shear and just borderline favorable amounts of low-level instability, you got to watch and make sure things don't suddenly go from like this to we end up with tornadoes faster than my hairline receding. And most times we don't end up with, you know, things changing that quickly, but sometimes we do, especially when you have a very strong kinematically driven event like we do today. So that's why I'm being extra vigilant and why I'm sitting here talking to y'all. But okay, let's take a 6-minute break. Y'all are going to get some music. I'm going to go visit the little boy's room, get more caffeine. And by the time I get back, I'll probably be making happy goat noises. But again, let's see if we can, you know, manage 5 minutes without the alarm going off after me talking for, you know, a couple hours. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just come back now. We do not have any tornado warnings yet. I say yet because concern is increasing for some of these storms, including the south sides of Houston. Now, this is a busy map, I realize. I'm going to turn off these... Mario! Hush up! Dog having a hissy fit. Y'all probably couldn't hear it. I could, and that was enough to annoy me. I'm going to turn off these roads for a second because it's kind of hiding some of these storm features. So let me turn off some of these roads. We'll turn them back on. And here's what I'm talking about. This, that, especially that. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see we do have rotation here. Both storms are rotating. And we've had a pretty decent lightning jump in the last several minutes. So, again, we're just in the watch and wait mode. We're waiting to see what happens here. If this is all we have to deal with, hey, we're okay. But, you know, I'd prefer not having intensification of supercells moving into the Houston metro. We're still watching this storm, the north side of Houston. That does have rotation. That's, at this point, north across Timbers, coming up on Interstate 69. You can see it actually just got a little tighter right there. So again, all these storms are rotating. All these storms, at least aloft, are rotating. As long as they stay aloft and not in the, surface, we're okay. We have a new supercell that just fired up over Jersey Village. You can see how quickly that has gone into rotation. I mean, even though we are dealing with small supercells, they are all spinning. And like I said earlier today, it only takes one tornado coming down your street today to have issues. So we're watching these carefully. We're doing okay. But we're right on the line of having a problem. So that's why we're staying here. Now I'll turn the roads back on. You can see why I turned them off in the first place. But again, so we're watching. Here, I'm just going to highlight the storms we're watching right now. And then I'm going to use my other screen to make sure I'm not missing any. Storm. Rotating storm. Rotating storm. Rotating storm. Rotating storm. Let me see if I'm missing any. Technically, there's a few more, one near West Columbia, and then we've got a strong storm south of Cleveland that just seems to be an angry windbag right now. And then for what it's worth, and not to leave out the Golden Triangle, it seems we have some prefrontal storm development occurring again out here. Now, let me press some buttons. We'll take a look from the Lake Charles radar. This storm's around Beaumont. Yeah, this one southwest of Beaumont does have a bit of rotation with it. So we're going to have to watch these storms out in the Golden Triangle too. The environment seems to be becoming a little more favorable for rotating storms out here. But my main concern continues to be with this activity back, well, really, the Houston Metro, moving up into Houston. I'll switch over to the terminal Doppler weather radar and switch over to velocity. You can see, yeah, we've got some rotation with the storm north of Manville. We've got some pretty good wind now, it looks like, as well. You can see a wind gust of about 45 miles an hour. So again, Brookside Village, Pearland, South Houston, Pasadena. Need to carefully watch that storm as it moves northeast up through Harris County over the eastern loop of Houston. That storm is showing rotation. Then back over Sugarland. I mean, this storm technically coming up to Missouri City and Fresno. Bit of rotation. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Northwest of Manville, moving towards Brookside Village. I don't like it. That thing is trying to become a problem. We're going to have to watch that carefully. Now, we've also got, well, I don't like that either, a pretty decent little area of rotation over Sugarland right now. Meadows, Missouri City. All this is moving northeast at, what's it got it at? Right behind the camera, 40 miles an hour. So, multiple circulations now. Yeah, I think we're about to have tornado warnings if this keeps up. Issue 1, north side of Sugarland. Issue 2, coming up into Brookside Village, Pearland. Technically, modest issue 3 is going to be near Mount Houston, Kingwood, but I do think we are probably getting real close to needing tornado warnings now with both these storms moving up into Harris County from the southwest. I'm going to turn the roads back on. So again, Storm 1 over Meadows, Missouri City, moving northeast towards Hunters Creek Village, Bel Air, Spring Valley, southwest Houston. Storm 2, Brookside Village, Pearland, moving towards Hobby, South Houston, Pasadena. Both these storms showing increasing low-level rotation. The potential for a tornado out of both storms may be increasing. We have a thunderstorm over the north side of Houston, over 69, south of Loop 8. That modest rotation. And then we've got a little bean up here north of Jersey Village. That's rotating. We need to watch that carefully. So again, I'd say we're getting busier. And the potential for is increasing for a couple of these storms. Again, maybe this is going to be the peak and we won't have to deal with anything else and we'll just level down from here. But my concern's increasing. So, let's talk about it. Houston, keep a close eye on this. Now, what is that? Is that just a bad de-aliasing issue? Okay. Okay, so let's talk about it. We've got a couple of strong storms with rotation from near Missouri, from Sugarland, Meadows Place, Missouri City, to Pearland. Storms moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Western storm near Sugarland, Hunters Creek Village, Bel Air, Spring Valley, west sides of Houston. Eastern storm moving up towards Brookside Village, Pearland, Hobby Airport, South Houston, Galena Park, Pasadena, Cloverleaf, Deer Park. Both these storms are showing rotation. Both have shown an increasing amount of rotation over the last while. So both are getting close to needing tornado warnings as we move into a highly populated area. Both probably have rotating wall clouds, and we'll get a view soon from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's down there somewhere. In fact, I can look and honestly just tell you. Jason is on Loop 8, just coming up on Interstate 69, it looks like. Decent area of circulation in Meadows Place / Meadows. We got wind moving towards the radar about 30, wind moving away about 20, so. Same with this storm closer to Brookside Village and Pearland, and both storms are moving northeast. All right, so again, we're just going to have to keep an eye on things. All right. Now let's take a statewide view and assure everyone we're not missing anything else. Apparently the dog thought I was. We have no other warnings right now. It's just rain northeast Texas. Northeast Texas, really nothing's going on. And I don't think anything is going to go on outside of some small hail. We'll keep an eye on it. We may see some new storms pop up over northern DFW around 5, move east into northeast Texas like Paris with some small hail later. East Texas, north of north of what is that, 287. There's not an 87. There's really some storms with small hail. Not much going on. South of that, storms in the Houston area. We are real close to having a problem in the tornado department. These things are really trying to spin up now. And that's why we're here. No tornado warnings. We don't issue tornado warnings, mind you. We just talk about them. But I am concerned about a storm approaching Hobby, and I'm concerned about a storm over Meadows Place coming up on the Sam Houston and Bissonnet. We'll go back to the high-res radar. And I'm going to turn off some of these county streets just so you can see this. The rotation, it's getting pretty strong near Brookside Village. And we still have some rotation near Meadows. And a third area of rotation, honestly, developing just northwest of Arcola on Highway 6. So I don't like the look of this, folks. We are real close to having issues. If we can get through this without actually having issues, that'll be great, because we're close. I don't like that. I don't like that. I really don't like that. So again, we have two areas of moderate to, I almost would say, strong rotation now. One area, Brookside Village, west of Pearland, near 518 and 865, moving up directly towards Hobby Airport. Second area, moderate to maybe strong rotation now at Bissonnet Street and Highway 8 / the Sam Houston. Both of these, honestly, are candidates for tornado warnings. And I'll be honest, if I was in either location right now, I'd probably be taking my tornado safety precautions, because both these storms have a problematic look. And both these storms are close enough to where we could at least get a spin-up tornado. So I'm not hesitating on that anymore. Both these storms could produce a spin-up tornado at any time. There's no tornado warning. I don't issue tornado warnings. If I was there, my family was there, I'd be telling them to take shelter. Simple as that. So again, Circulation 1, west side, coming up on Bissonnet, and the Sam Houston moving northeast. That's going to be moving towards Bel Air Boulevard, eventually crossing over Hillcroft Street. West sides of Bel Air towards Hunter Creek's Village. Eastern Circulation, coming up on the Sam Houston Loop 8. That is going to be very near. I mean, here, I'll just put some roads on here. Come on. Maikawa Road. Brookside Road. Highway 35. Jason's coming down. He's about to give us a view of this storm. Yeah, folks, Brookside Village. There could be a tornado developing, moving towards Hobby Airport. It's as simple as that. We're close. And likewise, we've got some pretty strong rotation now, just west of the Sam Houston, coming up on Beechnut Street, Bel Air Boulevard. Eventually, Westheimer Road. This is kind of paralleling 69, moving up towards the west side of Houston. So again, I would encourage y'all to honestly treat this like a tornado warning at this point. I mean, we have no tornado warnings. I don't issue them, but I'm concerned enough to where either of these storms could try to put a spin-up tornado down at any point. We'll check northeast sides of Houston. We've got a supercell between Spring and Aldine over 45 with not really much going on with that. We've got a supercell organizing over Loop 8, northeast sides of Houston up towards Humble. That's going to be moving northeast up towards Highway 321 and Huffman, Eastgate. So all these storms in Houston are rotating. These storms moving in the south side of Houston are rotating pretty strongly and with multiple low-level circulations, and we can't rule out a brief tornado. So we have no tornado warnings, but I'm concerned. So, lowest, well, now, yeah, that's pretty much it. And then we also need to keep an eye on this storm southeast of Cleveland as it moves northeast with the potential for some issues. So, it is 3:40. We have no warnings at this point, but we are watching multiple storms showing increasing rotation. We've got a storm over the Sam Houston coming up towards Bel Air Boulevard. That's moving northeast towards the west side of Bel Air. We've got a storm over, well, the Sam Houston / Loop 8 in Brookside Village. That's moving up towards Hobby. We've got a third storm that is now on Highway 321 about 10 miles southeast of Cleveland, moving towards Moss Hill. That's showing some increasing rotation. And we also have a storm over the northeast sides of Houston showing some modest rotation as well. But again, no tornado warnings at this point. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to keep an eye on things, and we'll be back here in 5 minutes, sooner if necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 3:45 p.m., 26th of December, 2024. We're monitoring multiple strong thunderstorms moving through the Houston metro, parts of southeast Texas, and the Golden Triangle. Let's go ahead and just zoom back in and show you. And caffeine, because who doesn't like caffeine? All right, we're going to stop that. I think the main severe weather issues for the rest of the day are going to be here in southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle. Now, notice we are seeing a cellular uptick, or an uptick in cellular organization. We'll keep an eye on these storms out in the Golden Triangle. This storm that is east of Cleveland is definitely trying to become more rambunctious. The possibility of a tornado is increasing here west of Moss Hill, and a tornado warning may be required shortly. So we'll probably have to go live on all the platforms in a minute. But again, a possible tornado is attempting to develop now on Highway 105, halfway between Cleveland, Moss Hill. This storm is moving east-east-northeast towards Moss Hill, maybe areas just north of Moss Hill. And a tornado warning has been issued. Stand by.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Liberty, Polk, and San Jacinto County in Texas.
All right, good afternoon. We're back live on the face bag and all the other things that I care not about at the moment. We've got a tornado warning now across portions of San Jacinto, Liberty, and Polk counties in southeast Texas. This is for a thunderstorm that has become more organized, is now capable of producing a tornado halfway between Cleveland and Moss Hill on Highway 105. So we want folks east of Cleveland, Moss Hill, Highway 105, all the way up to Highway 787 west of Votaw, Reimer, to get into a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet. Don't go outside looking for this thing. This thing's wrapped in heavy rain and hail. If there's a tornado down, you're not going to see it. But again, that is now a tornado warning for portions of southeastern San Jacinto, northwestern Liberty, and southern Polk counties in southeast Texas for a possible tornado about 8 miles west of Moss Hill, about 9 miles east of Cleveland, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. I'm going to try to get some more roads on here. It's 146, 105, and again, this circulation probably be very near County Road 2305, just southwest of Highway 105, east of Cleveland, west of Moss Hill. So we want y'all to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Likewise, we have a storm that's trying to become more organized east of Humble now. Well, I'm thinking about this. Let me do some organization. We've got a storm east of Humble near Huffman showing increasing rotation and low-level reflectivity doomsday hooky thing. So we need folks, Huffman, Eastgate, Dayton, get ready. You may have a tornado warning soon. This storm has quickly gone from nothing to uh-oh real quick. We have what could now be a probable tornado in progress. This is going to be 6 to 7 miles west of Moss Hill. Now seeing a very strong gate-to-gate velocity signature with this thunderstorm. That means the potential for a tornado is high. 70 mile an hour moving towards the radar in Houston. We've got about 20 away, so we've got about 95 to 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear with this dangerous thunderstorm approaching Moss Hill from the west. Folks need to be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Other locations in this warning in eastern and across parts of Liberty County, west of Votaw, west of Baston, Romaine, or whatever. Need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. With a tornado possibly in progress now. We'll have to see. I wouldn't be shocked if we get a tornado debris signature next scan. If we do, that'll confirm we have a tornado down. So again, those of you west of Moss Hill, east of Cleveland, be in a safe place now. And again, this is going to be a tornado warning. All right, let's zoom back out. Don't be shocked if we get a tornado warning near Huffman soon either. Checking on the other storms in the Houston metro. Pasadena, strong storm over you. Rotation still noted, weaker than earlier. Storms in southwestern Harris County. It's raining, it's pouring, but the rotation is weaker than stand by. We got a tornado warning for Harris County.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Harris and Liberty County in Texas.
Okay, that's going to be another tornado warning for the cells southwest of the first one. So we've got 2 storms now capable of producing tornadoes. Like I said, sometimes things flip like a switch and we go from nothing to something real quick. See what I mean now? Today's lesson of the day. All right, 2 storms now with tornado warnings. We're going to have a tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of... Where did my warning box go? Demon box, demon box, demon box. Okay, there we go. Hey, hey, hey. Southwestern Liberty, northeastern Harris County. At 3:50 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Lake Houston or Kingwood, moving northeast at 30. This tornado warning does include Huffman, Eastgate, Dayton. So y'all need to be in a safe place if you're in Kingwood, Kingwood, Lake Houston, Dayton. Be in a safe place. That is a tornado warning for this southern storm. Northern storm, this thing's got a circulation the size of a hot dog. And it's a tornado debris signature. We've got a confirmed tornado now in progress. Highway 105, about 5 miles west of Moss Hill. That's going to be a modest but definitive tornado debris signature. So we've got a tornado down 5 miles west of Moss Hill. That tornado debris signature is at 4,200 feet, so that tornado has lofted debris up to 4,200 feet. I need to reset this program real quick, but we have now a confirmed tornado doing damage in progress 4 to 5 miles west of Moss Hill, moving east-northeast along Highway 105 towards Moss Hill. It may stay just north of town, but that's not a guarantee, so we need folks to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Harden and Tyler County in Texas.
That's going to be a tornado warning for this storm. It's simply an extension into the adjacent county warning area. So we'll talk about that. But again, a tornado is in progress 4 to 5 miles west of Moss Hill, moving east-northeast at 30 miles an hour. Please be in a safe place. This is a confirmed tornado with this northern storm. Very strong velocity, and you can see that little donut right there in conjunction with the strong velocity. That's a tornado. Southwest, we have a possible tornado trying to develop in northeastern portions of Harris County, moving towards Eastgate, Huffman, and southwestern Liberty County. Let me get some roads on here for you. And this is at a point where we start having to triage things. So we're going to talk about the storms that are tornado warned. I realize we got storms in the Houston metro. Guess what? Y'all get tornado warned. We'll talk about you. But at this point, you're not tornado warned. So smile, wave, and be happy you're not getting hit by a tornado. But worry not. If something happens, we'll be talking about it. All right. Let me press some buttons here. Time is now 3:54 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We have multiple tornado warnings now in progress for 2 storms capable of producing tornadoes. We have a confirmed tornado with a storm about 4 to 5 miles west of Moss Hill. That's going to be this storm here. Have a tornado debris signature with it. This is approaching places like Davis Hill Road, Center Street, Miller, west of Moss Hill. This should stay just north of Moss Hill, but it's going to be close. We advise no travel on highway. Oh, what highway is this going to be? Highway 146 between Moss Hill and pretty much Ace. or Horn. Yeah, we'll just do that. So again, this is a confirmed tornado approaching Highway 146, just north of Moss Hill. We have a second storm capable of producing a tornado coming up towards FM 2100. FM 1960. Old Otasca Road. So again, you can see this southern supercell, that's not good. That's a really organized supercell. We've got storm chasers in the Houston area. You can see Jason's on one storm. Just said he had a tour. Okay, so Jason's on the south storm. So Jason said he just had a tornado with this. And he is on the storm near Huffman. So Jason's on the storm near Huffman. He just had a tornado with that, which y'all probably saw and I didn't. Situational awareness fails. So let's talk about it. 2 storms, 2 tornado warnings. Storm 1 near Moss Hill, moving towards Votal, Baston, Saratoga, Honey Island, Village Mills.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for DeSoto, Natchitoches, Red River, and Sabina County in Louisiana. Sabina County in Texas.
Okay, that's going to be an issue for Louisiana. It's right on the border. So again, Huffman, Fastgate, Dayton, Texas, along Highway 1960. You need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you are in either location with either storm, well, take shelter. I'm discombobulated. Give me 10 seconds to ingest copious amounts of caffeine to become overstimulated and talk really fast. Okay, so we just had one tornado near Huffman from storm chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. That storm could put another tornado down at any time as it moves towards Dayton. We've got a storm west of Moss Hill that had a brief tornado debris signature a few minutes ago. That storm no longer has a confirmed tornado debris signature, but a very strong circulation about to cross over Highway 146 near Hannes Bend Ranch, Buzzard Road. Y'all need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Do not be on Highway 146 going north out of Moss Hill or south of Ace. Likewise, those of you in Votal to Saratoga, you need to be in a safe place. Same thing for Honey Island. Be in a safe place. National Weather Service now indicating a large and extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles southwest of Votal, 8 miles west of Thicket, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So the Weather Service in Houston now calling this a large and extremely dangerous tornado passing just northwest of Moss Hill. Y'all need to be in a safe place now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. This may be a storm that continues producing tornadoes for a while. So those of you, Votal, Saratoga, Batson, Honey Island, Village Mills, all the way out to Highway 69, a thunderstorm with a history of producing a large tornado is coming your way. Please take your tornado safety precautions now. If you're in a mobile home, get out of the way. If you've got time out here, go to a sturdy site-built structure or simply drive out of the way of the thing. That's the best advice I can give you, but you need to do what you need to do to protect your life and the life of your family. But if you got a sturdy site-built structure, hey, you know what? You're good. Stay there. Take shelter, all right? South, we got this storm. Meteorologist Jason Cooley had a tornado on this a few moments ago. This is now just east of FM 2100. This is going to be east of Huffman, moving towards Eastgate. Y'all need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thing's riding FM 1960 towards Eastgate and Dayton. So those of you out in Dayton, west to Eastgate, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We'll take a full screen view of Jason's stream. And you can see that's the rotating thunderstorm east of Huffman. You can see well-defined low base. You can see that it's rotating. You can see a very ominous-looking sky, and you can see construction because it's Texas, so why the heck not? All right. 2 storms, 2 tornado warnings. What I'm going to do real quick is make sure I'm not missing anything. Storms in Houston are behaving themselves at the moment. No tornado warnings in the city of Houston. We're watching, trust me. Otherwise, we have no other storms besides these 2 producing tornadoes. Storm 1 is north of Moss Hill. Storm 2 just east of Huffman. We're talking about southeast Texas and northeast of the Houston metro. All right. Let's take a minute. Coming up now, 4 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have storms producing tornadoes northeast of Houston. Storm 1 just north of Moss Hill in northern Liberty County, moving towards Harden County. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes over the last 15 to 20 minutes now, likely producing a tornado just north of Moss Hill, which is where 105 is, near Honest-Band Ranch, Buzzard Road, Highway 146. The potential for a tornado in progress with this very dangerous thunderstorm. As we track southwest, we have a thunderstorm now just east of Huffman, moving towards Eastgate and Dayton. This thing has a high potential of putting another tornado down at any time. This thing is really stinking organized. I'll be honest, I'm shocked. I didn't think we'd see something like this with such a independent, discrete supercell today. I thought we'd be messy. I thought I'd be having to just show you the velocities and telling you, believe me, something's there. Nope, this thing's doing it for me because this thing's spun up tighter than a tick's behind because it's got an attitude. Those of you in Dayton, Kefik, Dayton Lakes, Harden, Moss Hill, hey, Storm 1 went to your north. Storm 2's coming right for you. And Storm 2 looks more spooky than Storm 1 did earlier, so be ready, all right? Tornado likely down right now north of Moss Hill by about maybe 4 to 5 miles, moving across Highway 146. It'll then be moving into Harden County, places like Saratoga, Votal, Honey Island, Village Mills. I'm trying to find some roads for you, but honestly, this seems like a pretty rural area. So let me just do what I do best sometimes, and that's pull up a bloody map. We're going to keep an eye out for Jason. Oh, let's go back, actually. You know what? Let's see what Jason has. Here you go. There's your rotating wall cloud. This is the storm east of Huffman. You can see a bit of an appendage there. That might try to become a tornado at any time. We're looking for ground contact, any sort of debris being lofted, and I'm not listening to his audio, but that looks pretty spooky. So again, this is a supercell east of Huffman, moving towards Eastgate. The potential, if not high probability, we're going to get a tornado out of this at any point. You can see that thing spinning fast. We could very well have a tornado develop there any second. Let me put it back on split screen so we can at least have a good view of, wow, look at that. I didn't think we'd be seeing that today. I thought we'd be dealing with rain-wrapped grunge. Look at that. The day after Christmas and all through southeast Texas, apparently we're doing tornadoes. Okay, those of you in Eastgate need to be in shelter, all right? It's not on here. It's west of Dayton, but those of you in Eastgate, be in shelter now. Dayton, you're next. You better be in shelter. This thing's spinning tighter ticks behind, and this thing's got more attitude than I do when I'm over-caffeinated, which I'm about 5 minutes from being. So, again, Eastgate, Dayton, southwestern Liberty County, get your butt to shelter now. All right? Don't go outside, look at this thing if it's coming at you. Look, we'll show you the video. Trust me, we're there. That's what we do. We don't want you to be hurt. We're out there showing you this video so you have confirmation that, hey, it's actually a pretty spooky looking storm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Harris and Liberty County in Texas.
And for what it's worth, we are seeing some increasing rotation near Cloverleaf, Highway 8 and Interstate 10 near Channelview. If that tightens anymore, we're going to have a tornado warning. That's moving up towards Sheldon, Barrett, Crosby. So again, we've got increasing rotation, Interstate 10, Loop 8, east sides of Houston near Cloverleaf, Channelview, moving towards Sheldon, Barrett, and Crosby at about 38 miles an hour, 40. We've got the storm. Yeah, it really does look pretty tight. Jason reports tornado in progress. Stand by. So again, this is storm chase video from Jason Cooley. He reported there was ground circulation just a minute ago, so we did have a confirmed tornado in progress. Why is it so bloody zoomed in is what I want to know. Stand by. Maybe I can, fix the crop. There you go. He had a good view of it just a second ago. We'll go back. So this storm east of near Eastgate is dancing with the ground. So we have a confirmed tornado with that storm now. Or the storm you're looking at on radar near Eastgate, that's moving towards Dayton in southwestern Liberty County. Back up here, we've got a storm north of Moss Hill. This thing's got more attitude than I do, and that's a very strong circulation. That radar data is a few minutes old. Let me reload this program. Sometime it be doing that. All right, well, let's get back to it. Make sure we're not missing anything. The city of Houston. Thank you, Sarah. All right, west of Bay City. Storm there, not doing much right now. Ooh, look at that. Nope, I'm distracted. Back to Jason. Oh, that's a clear rear flank downdraft coming in on this storm. I can't believe we're getting this kind of a view from this today. Jason is on the storm east of Huffman near Eastgate. A tornado. Look at that. There it is. We got a tornado down with this storm near Eastgate. Look at the vortices dancing on the ground there. You can see that. There we go. Come on, Jason. Point the stinking camera at the... All right, well, we'll go back to him in just a second. Again, Jason just had visual of that tornado. East of, standby, near Eastgate. There you go. That's actually a pretty photogenic tornado. You can see it right there. Okay, hold the camera still, bud. Go. Tornadic circulation down there. There's your funnel cloud. Notice how everything's moving? Even though you don't see the condensation all the way down to the surface, that doesn't mean it's not down. So again, got a funnel over 3/4 of the way to the ground. Close range intercept. Impressive at that. He's in a safe position, though. Notice the left or right motion. So come on. It's trying to come down, reach. You can see vortices dancing. There you go. There's a vortice right there. See that? You're going to see vortices dancing. That is a tornado in progress. Not all tornadoes have to be, big, bad, scary. Wow, look at that. Tornado in progress now near Eastgate, northwest of Dayton. So again, we now have a confirmed tornado in progress northwest of Dayton by several miles. This is going to be staying northwest of Dayton, moving towards Kennefic, Dayton Lakes, and Harden here in Liberty County. So again, this is a confirmed tornado live from meteorologist Jason Cooley, northwest of Dayton in southeast Texas. You can see drivers driving around there. Now, folks, don't be an idiot and drive right next to a bloody tornado. Come on, this is how people get killed. We did this 9 years ago today. We lost 9 lives because people were driving into tornado warning and ended up getting lofted off an interstate in Garland. So again, that's a confirmed tornado right now on this storm northwest of the city of Dayton. So those of you northwest of Dayton to Dayton Lake, Kennefic, and Liberty County, please be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Quickly, Houston Metro. We have a storm showing some rotation west of the Highlands, north of Channelview. It's okay. Storm in Galena Park. We're watching increasing rotation with that. Nothing going on right now. Same thing with the storm in Bel Air. Let's go back to Jason full screen. And again, there you go. Tornado is lifting. You can see the funnel cloud is retracted up into the storm, but almost looks like a new circulation developing in the background there. That's what happens with cyclic supercells like this. So that was a tornado, and the new circulation may be there in the background. And what can happen from time to time is if we're dealing with cyclic supercell here, that puts down more tornadoes. We may end up dealing with a larger, stronger tornado next time. That's a process that can happen with cyclic supercells where each cycle allows them to produce, well, more and more. So, Galena Park. I'm getting more concerned about Galena Park. We're starting to get some alarm bells going off here. We're seeing some increasing rotation. San Jacinto City, Galena Park, east sides of Houston. This thunderstorm is attempting to become more organized in the rotation department. Okay, let's go back up here. So that was tornado on Jason and Steven storm, northwest of Dayton. That's going to be moving towards Dayton Lake, Kennefic, in Liberty County, rural areas. And eventually, this is going to be an issue for Moss Hill, intersection of Highway 105 and 146. That is Moss Hill. So those of you in Moss Hill, heads up, you need to get ready for a storm with a tornado coming up from your southwest. Now, northeast, this storm now east of 146, northeast of Moss Hill, it's become much messier in the last 15 minutes. We had a tornado northwest of Moss Hill on Highway 105 earlier. This thunderstorm is more messy now. We'll see if that continues. Stand by.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Liberty County in Texas.
Okay, and that's going to be an extension of this tornado warning back here north of Dayton. This is going to include Kennefic, Dayton Lakes, Harden, and the city community of Moss Hill. A thunderstorm that just produced a tornado on our live stream. Located north of Dayton, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Those of you in Dayton, Kennefic, and Dayton Lakes, along with Harden and Moss Hill, need to be in a safe place. This storm is probably going to put another tornado down. So, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you up in Harden County with storm number 1, Honey Island, Village Mills, Baston, Saratoga, please be in a safe place. A new circulation developing further south now with that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Harris County in Texas.
All right, we'll go look at that in just a minute. But I want to get some roads on here. This is northeast of Moss Hill here in Harden County. Circulation near Davis Sawmill Road. East Baston Main Line. Durden Tram. Ruser Park Road. And I don't expect folks to recognize any of these roads unless you live out there, and that's kind of the reason we're doing this, is so folks who live out there might know, hey, we got some problems. And then eventually it'll come up to Highway 326 west of Harden. But again, new circulation developing here, northeast of Moss Hill, moving off to the east. North of the Mount Calvary Baptist Church. North of Bastogne for now. Moving towards Saratoga. So again, those of you in Saratoga, Bastogne, please be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Back west. Storm with a history of producing tornadoes is about to cross Highway 321, several miles northwest of Dayton. That's where meteorologist Jason Cooley and storm chaser Stephen Jones are located. Now, that was a bit of a de-aliasing issue, I think, but there's no doubt the velocities are increasing with this again. And that better have been a de-aliasing issue. If not, we've got a problem. We'll keep an eye on this, but again, that hook wrapping around indicates we have a pretty high probability that we're going to have a tornado here again shortly. And this is coming up on 321 and Old Cleveland Road, just west of Dayton Lakes, just west of Kennebec. So we need folks in Western Liberty, just Liberty County in general, north of Dayton, Kennebec, Dayton Lakes, Moss Hill, and Harden. Anyone in that corridor needs to be in a safe place. The lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, let's take a look at the Houston storms. We've got a couple of severe storm warnings now. We've got a severe storm warning for a storm over the south side of Houston. And we're still watching a circulation near Galena Park.
Texas local storm report from 6 miles west-northwest of Dayton in Liberty County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by public. Additional information, social media images of tornado NW of Dayton.
Okay, so still watching a circulation near Galena Park to San Jacinto City, but the good news is no tornado warning with that right now. We will carefully monitor that in case it intensifies as the storms northeast of it have. Otherwise, we have a severe storm over, well, pretty much downtown Houston, southeast sides of the city. Could have quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles per hour with that. And these storms are generally moving off to the east, east, northeast. All right. So it's 4:17. We've got 2 tornado warnings. Tornado warning number 1 is for a storm approaching Bastogne, Thicket, in Saratoga in western Harden County at 4:16 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Bastogne or near Thicket, moving northeast at 30. This thunderstorm is also capable of producing quarter-size hail. Saratoga and Thicket, the storm will be near you about 4:20. Honey Island around 4:25. Village Mills and Kountze at about 4:40 p.m. That's just one of those names I'm going to butcher, so I'll just spell it out in this case so we can forego the butchering today. And eventually, probably just northwest of Lumberton. That's tornado warning 1. That's this northern storm. That's a blob, but still rotating. Storm 2 is doing some pretty nasty looking things in the velocity department right now. I'm not sure if this is a de-aliasing issue or if it's actually that strong. De-aliasing means the radar data kind of messes up a little, so sometimes it may be a little stronger than what it actually is. But regardless, very strong, tight circulation, storm, well-defined hook echo, capable of producing a tornado, is moving east-northeast, right towards Moss Hill. Moss Hill, this storm with a possible tornado will be rolling in at around 4:30 to 4:35 p.m., so y'all need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right? and that is in eastern portions of Liberty County. Both Jason Cooley and Stephen Jones are on it. They're trying to navigate around the roads of doom. We got severe storms back in the Houston metro, one supercell with a bit of a hook echo, honestly, over southeast sides of Houston. Some gusty winds, not seeing strong low-level rotation with that right now. We continue to see periodic strong rotation just west of Cloverleaf with this storm near San Jacinto City, west of Channelview, on Interstate 10, south of 90, west of the Loop. So we're going to need to watch that carefully. Again, this is one of these storms that's right on the cusp of just being meh and going tornadic. So that's why we're keeping a very, very, very close eye on it, because the storm's northeast. You saw how quickly we went from hunky-dory to tornadoes. All right. Real quick, let me make sure we're not missing anything out here in the Golden Triangle. Situational awareness for the win. Nope, we're not missing anything, but the radar does show the very, very strong rotation with this storm coming up on Moss Hill. So, yeah, Moss Hill, you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right. Give me just a second. Make sure we're not missing anything. Yeah, that's a strong circulation. I don't like it. So Kennefic, Dayton Lakes, Harden, Moss Hill, and Liberty County, this continues to be a call to action that y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's see what Jason has. Jason, I believe, is just trying to navigate back into position. And of course, his data went out at the most inopportune time, but that does happen to me. Usually. And by the way, we are focusing on the most intense storms, tornado-warned storms. So if we're not talking about a storm near you, that's usually good. But if you want to keep up with what's going on, download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. And you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar. You can also watch our live streaming coverage. We're streaming live on our website, our mobile app, and like every social media platform we're involved with. So let's continue. You can see Storm 1 up here in Harden County is a blob. But the blob does have some rotation. It's weaker and less organized than earlier, but it nevertheless remains capable of producing a brief rain-wrapped tornado as it moves towards, well, really, Honey Island and Kountze. Back west, this is the storm we showed you a live tornado on about 15 minutes ago, now passing north of Kennefic. Dayton, you're clear from this. Kennefic, if you're in Kennefic, you're clear. It's north of you. Dayton Lakes, Harden, Moss Hill, y'all need to be in a safe place. That's the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And by the way, you can watch these live Storm Chaser feeds independently. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. Both Stephen and Jason are having to navigate around the river. And it looks like Stephen will be our next candidate for a good view. And then Houston, again, it's raining, it's storming. There's no tornadoes in Houston right now. Storm near Cloverleaf, Channelview. Rotation has been intermittently stronger at times, but right now it's behaving itself. So we're fine with that. Could have some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning. It's a great day not to be driving in Houston, but that's every day, let's be honest. It's all right. It was the Metroplex turn for me to give shade this morning. Northwest of Dayton Lakes has all the indications of one that is capable of producing a tornado at any time here in Liberty County, north of Dayton Lakes. Northwest of Harden, Dayton Lakes, Harden to Moss Hill need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in a sturdy site-built structure, we don't want you in a mobile home or trailer or vehicle. Those are much more susceptible to being thrown about in spinny, doom times. Told you I'd be over caffeinated and talking really fast within 5 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Harden County in Texas.
Okay. So they're going to let the tornado warning go on this first storm up near Saratoga to Honey Island. They're going to let the tornado warning go, replace it with the severe thunderstorm warning. And the reason they do that is because it's still capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, but confidence is not high enough in there being a tornado for a tornado warning. That tornado possible tag means there's rotation, they're watching it. If rotation re-intensifies, they'll put a new tornado warning on it. But as it stands now, the main storm per se at the moment seems to be this one, quickly approaching Moss Hill. So, let's take a reset for a second. Let's take a look at the entire state and remind folks that about 85% of the state has absolutely nothing going on severe weather-wise or even precip-wise. Look, I'll say this. Northeast Texas, the severe weather threat's over. East Texas, north of a line from Lufkin to Hemphill, severe weather threat's pretty much over. Maybe some storms with small hail. Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, we need to deal with these storms until they're gone in a few hours. But everyone else, you're done. So we're focused now primarily on Southeast Texas, from pretty much Bay City to Houston to Cleveland east. Though we note additional storms in a line are developing back west still. We'll keep an eye on those. But for now, we're primarily watching Houston, areas northeast, but we'll still keep an eye on those storms from Houston southwest, just in case they try to spin up. But at this point, the clear corridor of spinny, doom potential seems to be areas just northeast of Houston for now. Oreo, I know you are an incessant seeking attention monkey, but let's not. What? What's the problem? I'm busy. Demon dog. She's cute. I'm not going to pay attention to you if you're whining at me. Didn't work for my ex-girlfriend. Why do you think it would work for you? I'm kidding, by the way. All right, so let's continue. We're about to be down to one tornado warning for this storm north of Dayton Lakes, west of Harden. We'll go ahead and get some roads on here. Sorry, I'm adjusting my little armrests. Got F coming up to FM 1011. Highway 140. And then this is moving right up towards Moss Hill. Moss Hill is located at the intersection of 105 and 146. So again, we'd like folks in Moss Hill to be in a safe place. Now, we've got some storm scale interference going on. We got some thunderstorms firing up right in the inflow region of this storm. That's going to do one of two things. One, it's either going to weaken the circulations and turn this into a blob, which will have issues consolidating, or two, it may actually kickstart a circulation and result in some problems. Latest scan indicates it has temporarily weakened. It's still there and causing some issues, but we'll see. We note back southwest, we got a storm east of Crosbyton with some rotation. The channel view thing is still just rain. It's raining in Houston. All right, give me a second. The dogs are freaking out. I need to figure out why and maybe throw a bone at them or something. Nothing catastrophic has happened in Dogland. Apparently, they just wanted to be attention seeking monkeys and attack me. Oh well. All right, let's get back to it. So at this point, we have one tornado warning for this storm that is near Moss Hill. Let's see, how far southwest? Like 5 miles southwest of Moss Hill, and moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. In addition to the potential for a tornado, this storm has localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour and heavy rain. That being said, we've got some new storms that have fired up in its inflow region, and that may disrupt the circulation. I think that's probably what is happening. That's what happened up here with this storm near Saratoga. It had a tornado earlier northwest of Moss Hill, probably crossing 146, and it turned into a big blob, and now it's not tornadic. And hopefully it'll stay that way, because that would be nice. But it does seem our severe weather threat is mostly confined here to the piney woods of East Texas, but closer to the Golden Triangle. Yeah, we're still got to watch this circulation east of Crosby. That I don't like that. Don't like that. Seeing some increasing rotation with this storm southwest of Dayton now. Northeast of Crosby. I'm going to actually message meteorologist Jason Cooley. Keep an eye on that mini soup southwest of Dayton, seeing increasing rotation. He probably has it. He's Cooley, but again, it's one of these mini supercells that has some stronger rotation. That is southwest of Dayton by about 6 miles. We'll see what comes of that, if anything. It doesn't look like any of the other storms back in Houston are showing any significant rotation right now, but that's good. You can see it's still raining, and we'll probably still have another line of storms roll through in a few hours with the main little cool front. But otherwise, at this point, we're watching this storm near Moss Hill, a circulation near Dayton Lakes, and a possible new circulation with a different storm developing southwest of Dayton. That'd be moving northeast towards Dayton. Which is very sad. So, Let's see what we have. Tornado warning for Liberty County goes until 4:45 p.m., so another 10 minutes. Monitoring what was a circulation near Moss Hill. That is almost disintegrated at this point. I'm honestly becoming more concerned about the storm near Dayton Lakes. One moment, please. Whiny dog being whiny. Oh, what is that? That being said, this storm up near Honey Island does still have strong rotation in the mid-levels. And if I switch to a different radar to give you a different look, you can see that here near Honey Island. We still have a pretty good circulation, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. This has to go tornado warned again as it approaches Highway 28769 near Village Mills to Honey Island. It's moving northeast, so we'll keep an eye on that, as will the Weather Service, and if they need to, they'll put a tornado warning back on that. But otherwise, at this point, the only storm with a tornado warning is this one near Moss Hill. Rotation is much weaker than earlier, but it is not zero, which means there could still be a spin-up tornado. Stand by, we have a new tornado warning coming out. It's going to be, oh yeah, Dayton. That's a problem.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Liberty County in Texas.
Hey, it is Thursday. We got a new tornado warning for Liberty County. This is for a new storm farther south. This storm poses a direct threat to the cities of Dayton and Liberty. We have a storm with very strong rotation. Could have a tornado develop at any point. This is going to be about 3 miles south of Stilson, about 4 miles southwest of Dayton, moving right towards the city of Dayton. Those of you in Dayton need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. This is in an area where we've already had tornadoes over the last hour, meaning we know we can get them, meaning there's probably going to be a tornado somewhere out of this. So again, this is approaching Cox Road, Highway 146, south of the city of Dayton, moving northeast towards 90 and 321/146. So those of you southwest of Dayton up to Dayton, Liberty to Harden to Kennefic. You've got another storm capable of producing a tornado coming up from the southwest. This one poses a threat to the city of Dayton. Let's see where Mr. Cooley is. Well, he'll be there in a minute. Jason's moving to intercept, so we'll get a visual from him shortly. Storm near Honey Island in portions of Harden County is showing increasing rotation. So Honey Island, Village Mills, there on Highway 69 down to Kountze. Don't be shocked if you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Jason is on Highway 90 west of Liberty coming into Dayton. From there, I suspect he's going to go a bit south, and we'll see what we have. This could be one of these storms with a quick tornado on it. Further southwest, we don't have anything like that ongoing right now in Houston. Houston, you're doing okay, so that's always good to see. Northeast, again, let me show you what I meant by this storm up here. And again, we're looking the mid-levels here. We're looking pretty high up. I'll put a radial on here, and you can see we're looking at almost 7,000 feet. So we're looking at the mid-levels, but certainly a storm that is still dangerous, damaging winds, hail, and we're probably close to a tornado warning again on that, so we'll see. All right, we've got 2 tornado warnings now, ladies and gentlemen. This is both going to be for Liberty County. My apologies to y'all. Apparently, y'all won the tornado warning bingo of the day. Circulation 1 near Moss Hill. That has actually intensified a bit again. Looks like Tail End Shirley and that little mini supercell sequence is set up near County Road 2099 and Highway 146 north of Harden, south of Moss Hill. Could have a spin-up tornado there. There is also a circulation just west of Moss Hill. We've got a new storm with a new possible tornado coming up towards Dayton. Liberty on Highway 90, the circulation about 3 miles south of the community of Dayton right now. On Highway 146, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour, meaning it's going to be crossing over Highway 90 in the next several minutes. Where the heck is Steven? Steven's getting blasted by wind. Moderators or whoever, do we know where Steven is? He might be in Moss Hill. We're seeing rapid rotation. That might be a tornado. Okay, so Steven is... Well, I don't know where Steven is, to be totally honest with you. But yeah, that's a tornado. Rain wrap tornado. You could see he got blasted by the rear flank downdraft. Okay, so he is near Moss Hill. So again, Steven just had a tornado very near Moss Hill. So again, storm near Moss Hill continues to produce tornadoes off and on. That was a live stream from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones near Moss Hill. We'll go back. He's north of Harden, so that was tail end Charlie here. So again, tornado north of Harden near Moss Hill with Storm 1. So again, that's a confirmed tornado now. Oh, north of Harden. And a thunderstorm also capable of producing a tornado just southwest of Dayton. Sorry, the dog's making constant whining noises. She's still in training, kind of a puppy. Circulation near Dayton definitely has increasing rotation with it. That could be a tornado at any time. Meteorologist Jason Cooley set up shop east of Dayton and will give us a visual of that. Storm Chaser Stephen Jones just showed us a tornado just southeast of Moss Hill, north of Harden, with this circulation. So again, we could have tornadoes at any point. In fact, the view from Stephen remains impressive. Stephen is located south of Moss Hill. You can see a tornado there in the background. Stand by. I'm going to go close the front door for these dogs. All right, so let's continue. We've had a tornado in the last few minutes near Moss Hill, north of Harden. We've had, or in Harden County at least, and we have, north of Harden, the town, as it crossed 103. And now we're keeping an eye on this storm coming up to Dayton, with the possibility of a tornado. Meteorologist Jason Cooley will be giving us a view of that shortly. So Storm Chaser Stephen Jones doing an excellent job. He is north of Harden up here. That was a tornado. And meteorologist Jason Cooley is coming up on the supercell south of Dayton. You can see striations on Jason's stream. Let's take a quick look at Steven's stream. Steven's having fun with his magnetic phone mount. Good job to Steven's wife, Brandy. She's driving today. They made a long drive from Oklahoma City this morning. I know, because they picked me up at the airport last night at about 10 p.m. My thanks to them for that. Here's meteorologist Jason Cooley, a little out of focus, but you can see striated band there. That's probably the beaver tail inflow band. We'll see what he has shortly when he comes into view of the low-level circulation. We'll go back to the full-screen view with the chasers. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, monitoring multiple storms with a history of producing tornadoes now in southeast Texas / the Golden Triangle. We've got one storm now just southeast of Moss Hill. That was a confirmed tornado we just showed you about 5 minutes ago from Stephen Jones. We've got meteorologist Jason Cooley on the storm near Dayton. That may be a tornado developing. We'll know for sure in a moment. But again, both these storms are moving to the northeast about 30 to 35 miles per hour, meaning those of you downstream in places like Batson to Saratoga for this northern storm, heads up. Storm near Dayton is going to be moving towards Liberty, Harden, and Ames. So y'all need to be in a safe place. We have a severe storm crossing 287 near KOU NTZE near Honey Island right now, and that storm is showing increasing mid-level rotation. If that continues, folks in Village Mills, you're going to need to be in a safe place if that ends up happening. I'll switch to Lake Charles radar so we can give you a view of that. You can see that rotation again northwest of KOUNTZE is increasing and thus may require a tornado warning at any time. Back in the Houston metro, it's storming, it's pouring over the east sides of town. That warning for severe weather has expired, and at this point, a little rotation near Mount Bellevue, near Cove, Old River, Winfrey. Nothing to explicitly write home about right now. But again, we're going to have to keep a close eye on things. Weather Service has allowed the tornado warning east of Moss Hill to expire. I don't care because we just streamed a tornado a few minutes ago. Maybe they should have kept the virtual operation support folks in NWS chat, but that's a National Weather Service decision. But they want to be stuck in the 90s, so be it. This is what happens. So, we've got a storm that has produced a tornado in the last 5 minutes, now on Highway 105 east of Moss Hill, moving toward Batson and Saratoga. We had a tornado with that on Storm Chaser Stephen Jones stream a bit earlier, like 5 minutes ago. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then this storm about to cross over Highway 90 between Dayton and Liberty, moving northeast. Dayton, this is going to stay just to your east. Wouldn't recommend going out of town east on 90, though, right now, because this thing could put a tornado down at any time. Those of you in the community of Liberty up to Harden need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stephen, I assume, is relocating. Jason, we're keeping an eye on, is also relocating. I have like 8 monitors on around me. That's why I'm looking around like a bonehead. Yeah, that Moss Hill storm. Yeah, well, let's go back east. And again, storms moving east-northeast at about 30 to 35. I am becoming more concerned about this storm approaching Highway 69 287. Northwest of KOUNTZE, very near Honey Island and Village Mills. This thing really does seem to be intensifying circulation-wise. Now, one problem we're dealing with here is we're looking at 6,500 feet.
A thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina, Sabina, and San Augustine County in Texas.
Haven't had a storm up there go severe in a while. We're going to take a look at that and see what's going on. Where's the closest radar is a good question. Stand by. Okay, yeah, that might have been a quick spin up there. East of Zavala, northeast of Highway 63. We had a pretty good velocity couplet a minute ago. It's a little weaker now, but apparently, I guess we're starting to see enough instability up into far east Texas where we could have some issues. So folks in Pineland, Hemphill, Bronson, Brooklyn, heads up. This thunderstorm has gone into rotation. May have put a brief spin-up tornado down a few minutes ago. It's weakened now, but we're going to need to keep a very close eye on it as it moves northeast at a pretty quick rate. I'm going to say 45. They got it at 50. It's going to be moving up towards Bronson, the intersection of Highway 96 and 103, and eventually maybe towards Patroon and Millam in western Sabine County, far southern, southeastern Shelby County. So again, we're going to have to keep an eye on these storms here in far east Texas as well. You can see there is rotation. So Bronson, heads up. Pineland, heads up. We're going to have to keep a close eye on this. If it gets stronger, the Weather Service in Shreveport may elect to put a tornado warning out. You can see, even looking from a more distant radar, very strong rotation being detected near Honey Island. I'm a little surprised we don't have a tornado warning on that, truthfully. My concern level is there. Okay, 67. Okay, so yeah, Honey Island, really, I don't like that. Look, there's not a tornado warning out here near KOUNTZE to Village Mills to Honey Island in Harden County. I just don't like it. I cannot rule out a tornado. I'll put it like that. So, damaging winds, hail, heavy rain, and maybe a rain-wrapped tornado near Honey Island. That's going to be moving east-northeast, crossing over Highway 69, north of KOUNTZE, just south of Village Mills. From there, this is making a beeline towards Highway 96 and Kirbyville here in Jasper County. So that's the which way the wind's blowing mode, and there's your tornado warning. So Baldy and Chief wins again. Do I get a cookie? Christmas cookie!
A new tornado warning has been issued for Harden and Tyler County in Texas.
All right, that's a new tornado warning for northern Hardin County for a possible rain-wrapped tornado crossing Highway 69 and 287 around Honey Island to Village Mills, north of KOUNTZE. Y'all aren't in this warning. Those of you north of KOUNTZE are in this warning. Please be in a safe place, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We got Woodard Road, Wilson Road here in northern Hardin County. Jordan Road, Crooked Bridge Road, McNeely Road. And again, folks that don't live here probably have no idea what any of these are, but I'm hoping folks that do live here do, and that by giving y'all some local landmarks, you may be able to, understand you need to be in a safe place. The possibility of a tornado is very real. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes earlier. So please be in a safe place, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's probably going to skirt southeastern portions of Tyler County, the county, not the town, and move generally towards Fred and Kirbyville. So Kirbyville and Fred, heads up. This will probably be approaching Kirbyville around 5:45 to 5:50 p.m. And if it continues, it could still pose a threat. So, let's go back southwest, take a look at the storm near Liberty. Rotation's weaker. Dayton, you're clear. Liberty, if you're in town or north, if you're along and south of Highway 90 in Liberty, you're currently clear. However, there are additional thunderstorms to your southwest, which need to be monitored. There we go. Okay, what is this? What is that? I don't like that. We're starting to see a little bit of increasing rotation east of Crosby, but I want to watch this storm near Channelview as well. Okay, so let's go over what we've got. We've got a storm capable of producing a tornado about to cross over Highway 146, north of Liberty, south of Harden. We've got a storm, well, here, let me switch to the right radar. It might help. It'll give a better look. North of Liberty, south of Dayton Lakes. This won't be an issue for Dayton Lakes. This will not be an issue if you are on Highway 90 in the city of Liberty. It's northeast of y'all. This is an issue if you're north of Liberty. It's going to be an issue for FM 1011 at 146. This is going to be an issue for the community of Harden up here on 146 over the next several minutes. The circulation moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Circulation number 2 as we play musical radar. This is a high precipitation supercell with very strong rotation capable of producing a tornado on Highway 287-69 near Jordan Road, Woodard Road, Pan Am Road, McNeely Road, Crooked Bridge Road, north of KOUNTZE, southeast of Village Mills. If we have a tornado, it is wrapped in prolifically heavy rain and hail. You're not going to see it. The only way we're going to know about this is by damage reports after the fact. You can see Jason Cooley streaming a view of the storm back near Liberty. We'll take a quick look at his full screen. Not the nicest day. All right, let's go back. How hard it's raining mode. Let's make sure the storm up here is still being a good little storm and not trying to spin up into something west of Pineland. Some modest rotation southwest of Bronson might be enough to bring some 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds down, but not particularly concerned about a tornado issue with that right now. We'll make sure none of this activity up here on Highway 59 has done anything. I mean, these are elevated, I think, so that should be okay. Back to Houston, let's make sure we have nothing abhorrent going on because, well, seems like something. This storm near Channel View in the Highlands seems like a pretty intense supercell. The problem is we're so close to the radar, we're not getting the greatest view, but other radars, I'm just going to show you Lake Charles farther away to give us a better look. Other radars indicate a strong updraft and a very strong mid-level mesocyclone, so we're going to have to watch that carefully. That is not good. That is a uh-oh scenario for those of you southeast of Village Mills. If you're in Honey Island, you're clear. West of Highway 287 and 69 here in portions of Hardin County. Give it another 10 minutes and you'll be clear from Storm 1. You're going to have more storms coming in. Those could have issues. KOUNTZE, this isn't an issue for you. It's staying to your north. This eventually is going to move into southeastern Tyler County and Jasper County, the community of Fred here in southeastern Tyler County, and eventually the community of Kirbyville up in Jasper County. Could be under the gun for this storm. Stand by. A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Liberty County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a new tornado warning for the Liberty storm. This is going to be for a circulation approaching Harden from the north. I assume Stephen Jones is sitting there since he was up in Moss Hill for Tornado 1. Circulation looking more impressive again with this. Tightened up. Notice we got bright green against bright red, and that is with the possible tornado approaching FM 1011 north of Liberty. County Road 2002, County Road 206, Highway 146. And this circulation is moving right up northeast towards Harden. So if you're in the community of Harden, where I believe storm chaser Stephen Jones is located, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room. Away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes wouldn't be the worst idea. Clearly my voice just went out a little, so clearly it's time to take a wee bit of acetaminophen and caffeine. But if you're in Harden, you need to be in a safe place. Now, let's go back northeast. This thing northeast of, or southeast of Village Mills, moving up towards Fred and Kirbyville has really gotten its act together. This thing's got attitude. So we may be dealing with this for a while. The potential for a tornado is quite high in that right now. All right, I'm trying to get some landmarks on here. Ahead of this thing, because we may be dealing with it for a while, and if we could have landmarks on here, it'd make my life a little bit easier. So bear with me as I do that, if you'd be so kind. You don't really have a choice, but you do. I guess you could just turn the stream off. All right, so we're going to see. Let's see what Steven has. I assume he is near Harden. Hey, Siri. Text Stephen Jones. Are you on the Harden storm? Question mark. You know what? Next time I do this, I am... Hey, I'm literally going to go buy an iPad just for this. Okay, so let's talk about it. Possible tornado located in northeastern portions of Harden County. It's going to be moving northeast, McNeely Road, Pan Am Road, Jordan Road. Moving northeast towards far southeastern portions of Tyler County, towards Fred, FM 1943. Y'all need to be in a safe place if you're in southeastern Tyler County. And then eventually this is going to be an issue for western Jasper County, moving towards the city of Kirbyville. Fred, Kirbyville, we need you to please be in safe places. This is trending up. And I realize on the how hard it's raining mode, this looks like a blob to y'all. I can actually tell you it's not so clear. Unfortunately, this is a high precip supercell. So what you're looking at here, this is your hook echo. It's your inflow region. This is kind of just like a little land hurricane. We got a lot of wind in this, and this is actually a pretty dangerous storm. I realize it doesn't have your classic hook echo. I'll do it again because I know I didn't have it on. This is actually a pretty wound up, dangerous storm moving towards Fred and Kirbyville. Northeastern Harden, southeastern Tyler, and Kirbyville, Jasper County. This is a dangerous, dangerous storm. And it's probably going to keep going till it gets in Louisiana. So Kirbyville and Fred, please prepare for a possible tornado. Looking at which way the wind's blowing mode, again, this thing's wound up, tired and ticks behind. Or someone who's stuck at the airport because the weather messed up their flights. Okay, back down here, what is that? Is that a new tornado warning? Or is that just one that... Where did that come from? I'm not seeing it on my feed, but I mean, it's legit. Okay, so I guess we have a tornado warning now for a storm southwest of Devers. This is going to be a circulation southeast of Ames.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Liberty County in Texas.
Okay, this is going to be a new tornado warning. Another storm in Liberty County. This one is southwest of Devers, southeast of Ames. Could have a tornado with it. That's a pretty tight circulation as well. No debris signature. Let me get some roads on here, and we'll try to doodle this along.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Harden County in Texas.
Just trying to get some roads on here for y'all. Okay, so County Road 118 and FM 770 here in Liberty County, southwest of Devers, southeast of Ames. You need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, etc. If there's a tornado, it's probably rain wrapped. But again, that's going to be moving northeast towards... Well, it's going to be crossing Highway 90 just west of Devers. This should stay east of Liberty, probably a bit west of Devers. It's going to be close, though, so I'd be in shelter if you're in Devers. Deacita and Hull be in a safe place. Eventually, this could move towards Sour Lake. This thing up here, let's switch radars. Yeah, it's a good radar to use. We're going to use that. Okay. Pretty strong circulation. Northeastern Harden County moving into southeastern Tyler County. The county, not the town. That's eventually going to move into Jasper County. The possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado. This will be approaching the city of Kirbyville by 5:50 p.m. Fred by 5:25 p.m. It's going to cross over FM 1543, County Road 701, FM 1004, County Road 408, and eventually up into Kirbyville at 5:50-ish p.m. Possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado here. And understand, if we get a tornado here, it may not be weak, given the environmental conditions in place. I know it looks like a blob on radar, but it's got a lot of energy with it, so please bear that in mind. Back southwest we go, because the stormies never want to stop. Ho, ho, ho. Let's turn this off. And we've got storms capable of producing tornadoes. We've got one southwest of Devers moving northeast. That's going to be crossing FM 770 at Highway 90 shortly. We've got another storm near Harden. That one kind of looks like it's fallen apart a bit. The storm near Devers may have taken its energy and cut off the inflow. We've got other storms southwest. This one west of Mont Bellevue actually could pose a problem eventually. Right now, it doesn't look like it is, but I wouldn't be shocked if we get to a point to where it spins up, given what all these other storms have managed to do in the last several minutes. So, coming up now, 5:06 p.m., I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy-in-Chief David Reimer, covering multiple tornadoes this afternoon across parts of southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle. First tornado today was at 2:20 p.m. near El Campo. Since then, we've had multiple tornadoes. Well, we've shown them to you on our live stream because we're Texas Storm Chasers. It's what we do. We've had multiple tornadoes around the Liberty area up towards Moss Hill. And these storms continue now to produce tornadoes as they move into the Golden Triangle. So let me turn off the satellite. You can see northeast Texas, there's nothing going on. East Texas, I mean, y'all are about done. Golden Triangle, far southeast Texas, upper Texas Gulf Coast, we probably got another 2 to 3 hours of this. We do have new storms starting to develop now back on the backside of the upper level low across DFW. Some of these storms may produce copious amounts of small hail. They're going to move northeast, east-northeast towards Bonham, Paris, etc. All right, so let's get back to the tornado warnings. And again, we're talking about the most intense storms. If we're not talking about your storm, be happy. You're probably not about to get hit by a tornado. If you want to know what's going on, though, hey, you know what? We provide resources for that. It's called the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can get your interactive weather radar, your local weather forecast, live severe weather coverage, and more. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device, and it works across the entire United States. And we know people like it because there's over 100,000 of you using it, which is a great honor. Thank you. All right, let's get back to work. We're probably going to have a new tornado warning issued soon. I would not be shocked for southeastern portions of Tyler County, northeastern portions of Harden County, down into western portions of Jasper County. I don't know if they're going to take it all the way to Kirbyville or not, but this storm poses a threat. The potential for a tornado, hail, damaging winds. And again, this thing is wound up tight and is moving northeast towards Kirbyville. Kirbyville by 5:50 p.m., 5:45 to 5:50 if it continues. Back southwest, Let's switch back to the Houston radar. In a minute, I'm just going to have to start standing up and using walking or a standing desk. We've got the potential for a tornado on Highway 90, a bit west of Devers. That's where I assume Mr. Cooley is located. I'm going to press my magical button and look at the magical map of life. No, actually, he is up in east of Harden, so he is on the northern storm. But it can come to him. So Jason's up here. Let me see if I can't get some road names. Again, I know it's a bucket of spilled paint. I'm trying to give y'all some, at least, local landmarks. But again, possible tornado on Highway 90, halfway between Ames and Devers, staying east of Liberty. Liberty, you're okay for now. Mont Bellevue, I mean, look, let's be honest. Based on what the other storms over the last 2 hours have done, there's a good chance this storm's going to eventually start dropping tornadoes. It's just a matter of when. Right now, it's not, but this is a well-organized supercell. You can see it's got a hook echo. It has unimpeded access to warm, unstable air, and it's right on the Gulf Coast, meaning it's got enough moisture to saturate half the state if it wanted to. It doesn't want to, by the way. Sorry, West Texas. I know you need the moisture. So again, at some point, the storm near Mont Bellevue is probably going to go tornadic as it moves east-northeast. Eventually, that may pose a direct threat to Beaumont by 7 o'clock, for what it's worth, if it keeps on its present track. But that is not a good-looking storm. For now, though, low-level rotation remains weak. I think there's probably a good chance it's going to go tornadic at some point, though, based on what these other storms have done and the way it's tail end Charlie. Unimpeded access to warm, unstable air. We'll see. Some of my guesses today have been right. Some of my guesses have been wrong. All right. So we're going to do. We are going to move this to walking or standing desk mode. We'll see if the camera follows me. It does. How nice. Don't you like it? Can you still hear me? Oh, good. I still have a microphone. Sorry, I've been sitting all day. I need to stretch.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Vernon County in Louisiana.
This is an ominous angle.
In Texas.
All right, let's press some buttons here. And again, I've got 8 monitors around me. I've actually got more behind me and next to me I don't have on. That means I'm slacking. All right, let's go over what we have going on statewide right now. We're going to head to the statewide view. I'm going to turn some of these towns off because that's just too many towns, and I'll turn the satellite off in just a second because, well, too much. And, well, it's sunset, so. All right. So here's what we have going on. Isolated storms developing DFW north. Could have some small hail with that as they move towards Paris this evening. Northeast Texas, the rain's going to end in the next hour. Most of East Texas, the rain will end in the next hour and a half. Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, Toledo Bend Reservoir. The potential for storms to continue for a few more hours. The most intense storms had the potential of producing tornadoes, localized damaging wind gusts, heavy rain, and some hail. Now, I am going to do something incredibly dangerous, and that is put the camera up a bit. This may work. It may just break everything. Hold on a second. We'll find out. Hi, I know. I'm sorry. I've actually never done this before. But I need to stand up for a while. I promise this will eventually stop. Do. I didn't know this tripod was so tall. More you know. Morning! Hi, now you're not looking up as much. I mean, you're still looking up, but it could be worse. All right, so with that in mind, I guess I can at least zoom the camera out a bit so you don't have to stare at my double chin of doom. All right, it is 5:13 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer doing severe weather coverage this afternoon for the Golden Triangle, Southeast Texas. Just standing up right now because I've been sitting down too long and it was annoying me. So, you can see most intense activity ongoing now is east of the city of Houston, east of the Houston metro. We've got a few tornado warnings in effect. One tornado warning for a thunderstorm approaching Fred in southeastern Tyler County. They actually haven't extended that warning yet. We'll see if they put anything out for Jasper County either, but eventually that storm is going to end up in the Kirbyville area by probably 5:45 to 5:50. We have severe thunderstorms back farther southwest across portions of Liberty County. Those have been, well, tornado warned now for a few hours. We've just had more and more storms. Looks like storm chaser Stephen Jones has had the unfortunate pleasure of finding a construction traffic light. Well, I'm probably going to hear about that later. And we are monitoring that storm that is now near Mont Belvieu. I'll tell you what, I don't like the way that thing looks. So good news is, Houston, your severe weather threat is quickly closing out. This is obviously an issue now for the Golden Triangle. Still may have a few more showers and storms in the Houston area, but threat is shifting. Let's switch back to the high-res radar, and the reason I'm getting concerned is this thing just looks like all sorts of trouble. The Mont Belvieu storm. At this point, low-level rotation remains weak for the minute. But look, I'll tell you what, this thing has nothing to impede its inflow. It has nothing else to really stop it. If we had a candidate for a longer track storm tornado today, I think it'd be from this over the next hour or two. And this is going to be approaching Beaumont by 7 p.m. The way this looks, I've seen storms look like this before in, the 15 to 30 minute time frame before they start dropping tornadoes. And this thing is wound up. I mean, the storm over Mont Belvieu is going to be a dangerous storm, I think. I just don't like the way that looks. What I expect to have happen over the next 15 to 30 minutes or at some point is that little hook appendage. You see how it's just oriented south to north? I think it's going to swing around. I think we're going to get one of those classic hook echo swings, and that is going to result in tornado genesis. So I expect at some point soon we're going to have a tornado warning for the storm near Mont Belvieu. And those of you downstream of Mont Belvieu in this storm, Old River, Winfrey, Cove, Handcammer, Devers, Nome, and China, and eventually even the city of Beaumont, this could be a very dangerous long-track supercell with a significant tornado threat. So get ready, because we may be at the starting gates, and it may be getting ready to let go. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see we do have a bit of a convergence signature here. Notice if you were around earlier, I talked about how we can see tornado genesis occur when we see the circulations go from a vertical orientation in the velocity data to more of a horizontal orientation. That's what we're waiting to see now. So, looks like meteorologist Jason Cooley has found damage. Tornado warning for northeastern portions of Harden County has been allowed to expire. All right. Yeah, I'd get down there to the Mont Belvieu storm. It's got the look, but I also see you're kind of dealing with some, is that damage? Or is that the traffic light? I don't know if that's actually, it might just be the angle of the camera lens there. It might be using wide angle, so that might just be some power lines not actually damaged. But yeah, if I know Steven and Jason, and I've only known them 10-something years, they're probably dropping south. Yeah, that hook is really trying to wrap around. I don't like the way this thing's looking. Mont Belvieu storm is the most dangerous storm I've seen today in the making. This is a classic pre-tornadic look. So we still have a tornado warning for a thunderstorm near Devers But let me show you the velocity data here. Velocities don't look as impressive. We can't rule out a brief tornado north of Devers as it moves towards Sour Lake. But at this point, we're down to one tornado warning, and this is it. Based on the way it looks now, I don't think they'd reissue it. I am really concerned with this Mont Belvieu storm over the next 30 minutes as it moves northeast. Those of you, Devers, China, all the way to Beaumont. I don't usually call out towns hours in advance. Beaumont, by 7 o'clock, you could have a very big problem with this storm coming in from the west. If this thing goes tornadic, I think it's going to stay tornadic until it's in Louisiana. The environment ahead of this storm has become quite favorable for issues. Looks like we're 72 over 66 in Port Arthur, 68 over 64 in Beaumont, and 70 over 66 in Orange. So some of that unstable air mass has advected inland. And, I mean, I guess it's just a question of how long it's going to take until things stabilize out here. But I really don't like the look of this storm. It's classic. It's what you'd see in a textbook. So that hook, we're just going to have to wait and see. It may start wrapping itself around. When that hook starts wrapping, we're going to go from nothing to tornado real quick. And based on the environmental ingredients in place, the potential for a strong long-track tornado exists. So those of you on Interstate 10 area, from Old River, Winfrey to Cove to Hankamer, up to Highway 90, Devers, Nome, China. As this storm continues to move northeast into a very favorable environment for tornado genesis, we do expect, or at least I personally expect, a pretty high chance this is going to go tornadic. I'm surprised we don't have any warnings on it yet, severe thunderstorm or tornado, but we'll see. And hey, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully it just, dies out. But we'll see. It's going to be close. So that's what we're looking at right now. But otherwise, the only tornado warning we have in the state is this storm north of Devers. And it doesn't look that impressive right now. We'll switch to the Lake Charles, Louisiana radar to get a better low-level look at the storm moving towards Kirbyville. And, that hook may have just wrapped around on Mont Belvieu. Let's see if that actually results in a intensification of the circulation. And they did just put a severe warning on the Mont Belvieu storm, I believe.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Chambers, Harris, and Liberty County in Texas.
Okay. Mont Belvieu storm is not tightened up yet. Watching this area of circulation southwest of Kirbyville, it's still there. It's not tornado warned right now, but there's still definitely a circulation. We're going to have to see how it does in terms of intensification trends over the next while. But yeah, I'd still say by 5:45 to 5:50 for Kirbyville. In fact, we'll go ahead and do a distance measurement here. And this is 15 miles southwest of Kirbyville, moving northeast at probably 30 to 40 miles an hour. So yeah, 5:45, 5:50 for this thunderstorm as it moves towards Kirbyville. And if the circulation intensifies again, we may see a new tornado warning issued. We're still seeing some pretty impressive rotation with this, but we're also looking at about 5,000 feet above the surface. So, I mean, that's better than the 7,000 we were at earlier, but it's still pretty high up. So we're going to have to be mindful of that. My radar program just crashed, so we're going to have to reset that here. And then I'm going to have to take a very quick microphone break to visit the little boy's room. In fact, we'll do that now. So again, we have one tornado warning right now for a storm that's north of Devers. Frankly, that circulation just does not look good in terms of, well, let me rephrase that. It looks good for weakening. It does not look impressive right now. That being said, can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado west of Sour Lake or Grayburg. It could ramp back up real quickly. And likewise, we're monitoring an area of rotation developing east of Mont Belvieu with that storm. That storm has unimpeded access to warm, unstable air near the Gulf Coast. That could be a problem. And that'll be near Beaumont by 7 p.m. So Jason Cooley has found a train after being stuck behind what I assume was the construction traffic light. He's not going to be happy. Okay, so what we're going to do is you're not going to hear me or any audio for about... here, let's do this. I need to see what stream this is still on. Now, we'll do this. We'll take about a 5-minute break. So you're going to hear some music, and I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes or less, and then we'll come back and continue severe weather coverage. So we'll be right back again, 5 minutes, and the streams aren't going anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Thursday, the 26th of December, 2024. I have returned to a sitting position. Let's get to it. All right. Well, I can tell you now we're about to have a problem near Old River Winfrey. It looks like that thing is spinning up into a tornadic circulation now. We'll talk about that in a second. We have no tornado warnings. That probably is about to change. But as you can see, we've had a bit of an active afternoon. Each of those little red tornado icons is a confirmed tornado from earlier. We had one near El Campo at 2:20, and then, well, Western Liberty County, Northeast Harris County over the preceding few hours. But we have no tornado warnings right now. Is it going to stay that way? I kind of doubt it. But you know what? Optimism, right? Yeah, right. All right, let's press some buttons to make myself look all cute and fancy smancy. You know, I got to turn the thingy-majiggy back on. I don't know if the camera's level, but I don't really care. All right, so let's talk about some storms we're watching and what may be candidates for a tornado warning in the next wee while. We'll switch back over to the high-res radar. This is going to have to do something like that, probably. This thing southwest of Kirbyville should be in Kirbyville by 5:45 to 5:50. I don't like the way that looks still. That's still rotating aloft, and we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Could have small hail, gusty winds. Now, let's talk about the storm east of Mont Bellevue. Let me see if it's in range of the TDWR. That might actually give a pretty good look at this. Yeah, it is. Not bad. All right, so this is what we're looking at. Notice we've got an increasing circulation down near Old River Winfrey. That hook that was, prevalent earlier isn't as prevalent. And we're starting to see a trailing thunderstorm develop. Now, this can be one of two things. One, research by Dr. Cameron Nixon, his associates, meteorologist Trey Greenwood, has shown that sometimes you might get trailing storms behind an intensifying circulation, or that could help kickstart circulations. Two, it's kind of wrapped up on itself. So notice how we are starting to see a more definitive low-level circulation. We'll see. We'll see if that does anything, or if those storms developing in the flanking line of this storm kill it, for the lack of a more educated, articulate term. So otherwise, the good news is we have no tornado warnings right now, which means we'll go back to our typical coverage mode. So, hey, if you're watching us on Facebook or Twitch, nice sunset, Jason. Come on over to the Texas Storm Chasers website, Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, or find Texas Weather Center on YouTube or Texas Storm Chasers. You can watch us there. And if we have any new tornado warnings, we'll come back to all the other platforms. But YouTube, mobile app, and website, we're staying here with you. Stand by. It's a nice sunset. Get some tacos. Maybe some Mamatis lightning. We'll see. The day after Christmas, all through the state, another day of storms eagerly awaits. Do-da-da-do-da-do-da-da-dee. All right. So I guess I can at least put this on a loop for you. We have no tornado warnings right now. We've got one severe... we got a couple severe storm warnings, I guess. We'll take a look up north. The storm near Kirbyville has a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll probably hear the computer squeal about that in just a second. It could have damaging winds moving into Kirbyville noon, and we will keep an eye out for indications of low-level rotation. I don't think... Well, I'm showing something on this north.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jasper, Newton, and Tyler County in Texas.
Okay. I'll say this. The Kirbyville thing is close to being an issue again. We definitely have plenty of wind, plenty of rotational loft, but just not sure if we're dealing with a slightly elevated storm or not. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. But pretty good bet we're about to get some very heavy rain, small hail, a lot of lightning, strong winds into the city of Kirbyville here in Jasper County in the Golden Triangle / Far East Texas / the Piney Woods of East Texas. Otherwise, I'm just looking at some things. Looks like a pretty nasty severe weather event on Saturday east of us, mostly east of us. I'll show y'all actually real quick. I have that capability. This is Saturday. Looks like a tornado outbreak across parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, western Alabama. We're kind of at the starting line here. I was a little surprised to see that, but I guess we might have a few rowdy storms Saturday in the eastern quarter of the state. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but nasty looking severe weather threat, Louisiana, Mississippi, western Alabama. That's typical for winter, though. They've had a very quiet year, but it looks like Dixie Alley, the southeastern United States tornado alley, is going to wake up the final days of 2024. But I found that interesting. That happened. That new outlook came out while we were doing live coverage earlier, but I saw it pass by on my little feed. So again, this is it. Northeast Texas, outside of some of these showers and storms back over the Metroplex, Texoma, could have some rain, lightning, small hail. It's done. East Texas, pretty much done, unless you're south of these storms from near Hemp Hill to really the Houston area, down to Bay City. Otherwise, it's done northwest of that. So we are in the final hour or two of severe weather issues in the state of Texas with some luck. And so far, it looks like this thunderstorm that we were so concerned about 15 minutes ago has not intensified and has had additional thunderstorm activity develop southwest of it, kind of causing it to lose its oomph, which is a really good thing because that thing was poised to be an issue. So it looks like we got lucky there. Decreased organization, but we'll see. That doesn't mean the threat of a tornado is gone with this storm. We're going to have to watch them all till they're out of the state, but we're looking better than we were a little bit earlier, which is always good and dandy. You'd see some lightning from Stephen Jones and meteorologist Jason Cooley. I will work on the location settings, by the way, for that. We're actually going to have we're switching to a whole different platform for 2025. I just haven't had a chance to set it up and test it all yet because I've been back for, I guess now, about 19 hours after being gone for 2.5 months. I'm not sure if this is a de-aliasing issue or a legitimate circulation, but if it's legitimate, we've got an area of stronger rotation that's developed southwest of Kirbyville. On a Kirby. Or is it a Herbie? I don't know. We'll see what the next scan does, but some strong winds definitely moving towards Kirbyville at this point. Heavy rain, small hail. I'll clean up the stuff in a minute, these extra labels. Okay, that weakened on the last scan, so whatever it was apparently wasn't particularly concerned with sticking around. You can see a new flash flood warning. That's not a surprise. These things have been dropping heavy rain in the same areas for quite a while now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Harden, Jasper, Newton, and Tyler County in Texas.
Yes, sirree, Bob. Hey, look, caffeine. Looks like Steven's calling it a night, cutting the stream. I suspect most of our chasers will be shortly. Very dangerous chasing after dark in southeast Texas. And hopefully we won't have any more issues. But we're still going to be here. And there was meteorologist Jason Cooley, I think. I briefly looked. The only other chaser that could have been, I think, is in Arizona right now. So, yes, sir, E. Bob. So it is about 5:40. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer. We've been live now for 5 hours and 10-ish minutes. Keeping an eye on storms today. Thankfully, northeast Texas, north Texas, and most of east Texas behaved itself. The unstable low-level air mass was not able to advect northward, which kept storms up north from turning tornadic, because otherwise we'd be dealing with tornado warnings all the way up to the Red River. That's just how it goes some days. In fact, this storm northeast of Hemphill, actually, is rotating near Millam. That'll be in Louisiana shortly, though, but that's an interesting little storm. And then all these storms are rotating aloft, but they're just, the low levels up here are just way too stable. Temperatures never got out of the low 60s, upper 50s, and rain-cooled air mass. So be thankful of that. That was a bust scenario we discussed in this morning's Texas Weather Roundup, and that is what happened up there. Farther south, we've had probably several tornadoes, honestly, today. I think at least probably 5 or 6. Started out at about 2:20 near El Campo. May have had a second tornado southeast of El Campo at the same time from a different storm. We had a waterspout move onshore here in the Houston shipyard/channel earlier. And we've had at least 4 or 5 tornadoes out here with these storms over the last few hours in the Golden Triangle for southeast Texas. So we're doing okay, but we're not going to go away until the storms themselves have gone away. But at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break. We're going to let y'all enjoy some music, and we'll be back here at 5:50 p.m. with your next update from the Magical Weather Office. And I'm going to eat some more Christmas cookies because clearly my energy's draining a bit. So it's time for more Christmas cookies. We'll be back in 9 minutes, sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Chambers and Liberty County in Texas.
All right, I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Boldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 5:47, coming up on 5:48 here on the 26th of December, 2024. We're monitoring multiple thunderstorms that are producing heavy rain, lightning, strong winds, and maybe some hail. Sorry, had to burp. You didn't need to hear it. We have a storm capable of producing some pretty strong winds, approaching Kirbyville from the southwest. We said about an hour ago it'd be in Kirbyville at 5:50, and boy, we got that on the head. Knock that, whatever the idiom is. I'm too tired to make up creative idioms at this point. So let's just say we got it right. Yippee-doo, yippee-yay. I need to go watch Die Hard. Okay. Well, that's on the schedule after coverage tonight now. Good enough. And then we have that storm again moving northeast. I should probably tell you it's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, moving towards Bleakwood, Roganville, Newton, Burkeville, Farsville, Bonwea, and eventually it's going to make it up into Burford, Louisiana, and then not be our problem. Again, strong winds, heavy rain. It's rotating aloft, but really it's not doing much else. We're watching a storm southwest of Silsbee, west of Lumberton, south of Kountze, and eventually I will open up something and it'll tell me how to say it, but I'm not in the mood to get it wrong right now. That storm is showing some rotation, and it's weak, but we'll keep an eye on it just in case. And otherwise, we are watching a thunderstorm here on Interstate 10 from Devers down 61 to north of Anahuac. This was a storm we thought was going to be a big problem. It's not a big problem. It got eaten by the cool front / other storms, and that caused the apparent thunderstorm, which was a well-organized supercell, to weaken. And thus, for now at least, it is behaving. That being said, we're going to still have to watch them because it's going to make it into Beaumont probably at this rate now by maybe 6:45. So we'll see if it does anything between now and then. But the good news is we're doing okay right now. We have no tornado warnings, a few severe warnings, flash flood warnings here in the Golden Triangle, far southeast Texas. Severe weather threat for the city of Houston has ended. Now, let's go ahead and we'll just take a look at the super duper high resolution rapid refresh model as we go into tonight and Friday morning. So let me press some buttons. We'll press some more buttons, and we'll go out to the statewide view. That's not what I wanted. We're going to load the HER, and I'm going to actually load it with wind arrows, which I'll fix in just a second. We're going to take it from 7 p.m. through 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And let me clean some of this up so it at least looks presentable. And yeah, I'll put times on. So here you go. Here's the high-res rapid refresh model. Tonight into tomorrow. You could see we're going to be done with storms here in a few hours, like probably 7 to 8, hopefully. Showers, maybe a few storms with small hail continuing. Texoma, North Texas, moving into northeast Texas. Next few hours before going bye-bye. Fog this evening, low clouds, parts of the Panhandle, northwest Texas. Otherwise, you could see maybe some very light sprinkles moving across West Texas as a cold front moves in. Could be some gusty west winds tonight, tomorrow morning, the western half of Texas, as that continues to progress from west to east. Otherwise, we're in the concluding phase of all this. Concluding does not yet mean over, though. We're not going to be done until these storms around Hankamer to Anahuac to Old River Winfrey, up towards Silsbee and Lumberton, up into the Bon Weir area, Woodville, exit Texas, east into Louisiana, and then the storms from pretty much Matagorda up to LaPorte make it down to the Gulf of Mexico. But we're doing good. We're doing better, and hopefully we're going to be done this by 7, maybe 7:30 to 8. And then I'm going to go find a throat lozenge and rest the vocal cords, because I haven't talked this much since I overcaffeinated back in October, maybe. I don't know, but it's been a good day. You know, we have had a few tornadoes. That's the bad news. The good news is we didn't have 24 tornadoes, and the threat really didn't get up into North Texas, Northeast Texas, and most of East Texas. So that being said, we're still going to be here for quite a while yet, at least another hour, as we babysit the storms. We'll switch over to the real-time view. We'll put on warnings. We'll put on radar, and we'll put on temperatures. And we'll put off the storm report icons. In fact, I'll just loop this over the last 6 hours so you can see what we've been doing today. I've been talking to myself for like 20 minutes without you knowing it. All right, so I've talked to myself for about 20 minutes now. Sorry. Storm northeast of Milam in Sabine County, Texas, hit the Toledo Bend Reservoir, went tornadic as it moved into Sabine Parish, Louisiana. That's near Zola, Louisiana. That's going to cross Interstate 49 around Allen, Louisiana, between Natchitoches and Evelyn, Louisiana, next hour. Not our problem. The severe weather threat has ended for northeast Texas. It has ended for most of East Texas. It will end in the Golden Triangle when these storms exit Texas in the next 60 to 90 minutes. The severe weather threat for the city of Houston is donezo. We've got some showers developing back in North Texas and Texoma because of some cold air aloft. There may be small hail with that, but severe weather is unlikely. Those will move into northeast Texas over the next few hours. Otherwise, expect fog and mist. We have no tornado warnings in Texas. We are continuing to monitor these storms from Anahuac up to Hankamer to Nome up to Silsbee, Buna, Besme, Kirbyville, Newton, and those continue to move east-northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. The storm on I-10 near Hankamer is actually moving only at 20 now. It's slowed down. That's an indication our main upper-level dynamics are leaving, which actually helps reduce the threat of severe weather somewhat, so that's good. But we can't rule out a few severe storms over the next few hours across the Golden Triangle. Well, a few hours, maybe the next hour and a half. The Golden Triangle. So Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange, Winnie, you're going to get some storms as this line from near Newton and Maryville, Louisiana, to Baumweir, Texas, back through Bleakwood, Kirbyville, to Evedale, Lumberton on Highway 96, back southwest to Hankamer, and Hawk to Seabrook, and Alvin moves southeast. Well, the line's moving southeast, but individual storms are moving east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. And we're going to be here till they're gone. But the severe weather threat is diminishing and now confined mostly to far southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle. Damaging winds, maybe small hail with the strongest storms, heavy rain and lightning with most storms, and we can't rule out a tornado. So the plan is we are going to come back here and do another update in 10 minutes at 6:15 p.m. So enjoy some music, and I'll try not to break anything again.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jefferson County in Texas.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado watch for Far East Texas and the Golden Triangle until 2 a.m. However, this tornado watch, including most Louisiana, is mostly for Louisiana. Our tornado threat and severe weather threat will conclude by 8 p.m. We'll be back in just a few minutes with your next Texas weather update. ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Bully in Chief to once again listen to his own voice as he takes a gander at what's going on. Hey, look, it's my face. It's 6:15. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully in Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring thunderstorms moving across portions of deep East Texas, the Piney Woods, into the Golden Triangle, and the far southeast Texas. So, let's take a look at what we've got going on. First off, no tornado warnings in the state, thankfully. A tornado watch is now in effect through 2 a.m. for the Golden Triangle, deep East Texas. That'll be done by 8 p.m., if not a little earlier for most. We have thunderstorms, some of which are producing strong winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour. That could knock some trees down, cause some modest damage, along with heavy rain, lightning, and small hail extending from near Newton and Baumweir, Texas, southwest through Bleakwood, Besme, Buna, Evedale, Lumberton, China, Nome, Hankamer, back to Beach City, Seabrook, League City, Lake Jackson, and Palacios, just northwest of Freeport. These storms individually are moving east, mostly at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. They've slowed down a bit as the main upper level lift and storm system have begun moving away. But the line itself is making progress to the southeast, and once that happens, we're done. So the good news is, outside of, the Golden Triangle, High Island, Sabine Pass, Port Arthur, Orange, Nederland, Beaumont, Morrisville, Pine Forest, Rose Hill, Acres, Lumberton, Buna. Outside of that small corridor, I think we're mostly done. Now, that being said, we still need to watch these storms along Highway 96 from St. Augustine to Bronson as they move east over Sabine County towards Milam, just in case. Same thing for Jasper, just in case. But we're doing okay. You can see outside of deep East Texas, it's done in East Texas. Northeast Texas, no more storms. You can see we've got some showers back in Texoma, North Texas, northern DFW towards Paris. Might be some small hail with that. Maybe a few rumbles of thunder. That's on the backside of the upper level low. Colder temperatures aloft, so there may be some small hail with that, even if they're weak. Otherwise, we are doing in good shape. And we are in the conclusion phase of this event. That does not mean it is over, though, because we still need to make sure these storms don't cause any issues in the Golden Triangle. Now, we'll go ahead and pause the radar. We'll take a look at the high-res radar. You can see line of storms from just north of Anahawk, south of Devers, to Nome, China, about to enter Beaumont. Really not seeing any pockets of enhanced low-level rotation, even any pockets of real defined low-level rotation here, which is good. Definitely some gusty winds for sure. But as we make it up into portions of the deep East Texas area, northern Golden Triangle, and the Piney Woods of East Texas, you can see, same thing. I'll switch radars here, though, so we can have a better look. Just keeping an eye on things. This is a straight line wind signature east of Highway 87, moving towards Maryville. That'll be in Louisiana soon. Up north, we do have a tornado warning. This is up in Sabine Parish, Louisiana. That's a storm that moved over the Toledo Bend Reservoir and went from nothing to tornado real quick. Not seeing anything like that in Texas, though. So, honestly, I think we're doing pretty well. And we just need to get through this final stretch, this final lap, this final leg, whatever the term you want it to be today, before things calm down and we're done for the night. So hopefully that'll be in the next hour. But until then, we're still going to be here giving you updates about every 10 minutes or so as we continue to monitor conditions in the state. We'll be back at 6:30 p.m. with your next Texas weather update. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is 6:30 p.m., 26th of December, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We continue to monitor showers and thunderstorms that are mostly behaving themselves across far east Texas, deep east Texas, into the Golden Triangle, and the upper Texas Gulf Coast. This activity as a whole is honestly pretty disorganized at this point. I think we've seen the main upper level storm system responsible for all this depart, and we're also seeing storms move into a less favorable environment across the Golden Triangle. Outside of maybe, Port Arthur to Anahuac, the unstable air mass isn't as far inland up here into far southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle. So that's the good news. At this point, we have one severe thunderstorm warning, and it is for a thunderstorm that is approaching Beaumont from the west. This storm could have 50 to maybe 60 mile an hour winds, maybe some nickel-size hail. It's borderline severe, is what I'm saying. I think the main issue will be heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning, and maybe some localized flooding. We still have a line of showers and a few storms extending back over Galveston Bay, the Houston Channel, back through League City, Lake Jackson, back along to now even south of Port Lavaca. This will move through Galveston. But the good news is, outside of this one storm near Beaumont, which really doesn't look all that organized, we don't have too much going on right now, which is good because, well, we don't want much to be going on. It looks like we do have a little bit of a circulation southwest of Maryville, Louisiana that's trying to get going, but that's right on the Texas-Louisiana state line. That'll be over 190 into Maryville, Louisiana within 5 minutes. So if that spins up, that is going to be in Beauregard Parish, Louisiana. Yeah, good luck in me to say that. Otherwise, we do have some strong storms still back up into the deep East Texas region, the Piney Woods, up to the Toledo Bend Reservoir. We've got storms coming up towards Highway 87, Hemp Hill, Pineland, Browndell, Jasper. All this activity could have some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, and lightning as it moves off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. But again, it just doesn't look like we have a lot of low-level destabilization up into this part of East Texas. So the storms themselves, small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. That's it, it seems. So hopefully that is what we're going to be doing for the rest of the evening. And the way it looks now, storms should be out of the state. At least the severe weather threat should be out of the state by 8 o'clock, maybe 7:30. We're still probably going to have a few showers and storms along the upper Texas Gulf Coast through maybe 9 o'clock. This stuff in deep East Texas will be in Louisiana within an hour. And then back here in North Texas, we've got some scattered showers that have developed across Texoma, northern portions of the DFW Metroplex, into Northeast Texas. Nothing severe from this. Maybe some very small hail because of cold temperatures aloft. Otherwise, it's just a dreary night. So I think, knock on wood, we are probably safe now to go ahead and conclude our live coverage for the evening. We're still going to be here, but the way it looks now, I think we're going to be okay. But you know what? Let's do this. We'll keep the YouTube stream going. There's no harm in that. There's no harm in keeping the website and app stream going as well. We'll have an update at 7 p.m. If we have any issues develop before then, we'll come back. But if not, we'll come back and do a final update at 7 p.m. And we'll let y'all enjoy some music and a live stream. And we'll keep things going a little while longer. So we'll be back at 7 p.m. sooner if necessary, because hopefully that'll be the last update as storms are just about ready to exit Texas for the night.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Harden, Jefferson, and Orange County in Texas.
And ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy in Chief David Reimer. It is 7 p.m., 26th of December 2024. This will be our last update for this live coverage day, as the severe weather threat is just about over for the state of Texas. No severe weather warnings exist. Tornado or severe. We have multiple flash flood warnings now in effect for Deep East Texas and the Golden Triangle. At this point, all thunderstorms have weakened below severe limits here in Texas. As you can see, the only storms left, Far East Texas, Jasper to Kirbyville, Buna, Lumberton to Beaumont, back southwest to the Double Bayou in Chambers County, northwest to High Island. Those storms will continue to move east. Well, northeast to east at about 30 miles an hour, while the line down here on the Gulf Coast slowly tries to move offshore. It almost looks like it's stalled on the coast. But the severe weather threat, I mean, unless something very weird happens, the overall threat is done. But can't completely rule out an isolated severe storm issue around Beaumont to Port Arthur, Orange over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Otherwise, we've got some scattered showers, rain, northern DFW to northeast Texas. That'll continue for a few more hours before moving out. The severe weather threat in northeast Texas, east Texas, southeast Texas has ended. The severe weather threat will continue for about another hour along the Golden Triangle and far southeast Texas, Louisiana border. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for your weather roundup this evening. We are done. We'll have gusty west winds tonight into tomorrow morning as a cool front, dry, but slightly cooler brings gusty northwest and west winds to the western half of the state. Keep an eye out for fog, low clouds, drizzle tonight. And if by chance, somehow, we manage to cause some sort of severe weather issue in the Golden Triangle in the next 45 minutes, we'll be back. But as it stands now, I suspect this will be the last time you have to see me tonight. So we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning with your Friday edition of the Texas Weather Roundup. You can always get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, and more in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. And thank you for tuning in for our severe weather coverage today. We may have some storms in Far East Texas again Saturday. We'll talk about that in tomorrow morning's Texas Weather Roundup. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Have a good one. God bless.